Okay. Last we left off, having safely delivered the children to their new home in Fairhaven, their new family, new mother, uh, guarded by this weird silver orb that specifically protects children. You set off on the next set of things to check up your list. Between the two, a meeting with, or parlay, I should say, with a ship captain, or at least a fleet that's on the way to Teague, a group of scientists, researchers, students, scholars of some kind, and possibly military. Not sure yet. And the other thing, a meeting with the previous Archon of Hara. Potentially, or more likely, a original member of the First Fire. She... The last known whereabouts of her position was the ancient forest that you all currently are. When Polaris tried to land, it was rejected. So you all skydived out of it and discovered the forest is not normal. Trees are huge, tower-like, older than anything you've seen before. And everything around you was strange. Magic didn't work quite the same. It was almost this parasite that latched onto it. The longer you stayed, the more the forest felt not literally alive, but like metaphorically, like a person almost, a will, a sentience that is hard to describe. With some more magic fuckery, including Azek not showing up when summoned. Instead, a three-eyed wooden owl would appear as a familiar instead, and would follow your direction, Zero. The hut, tiny hut, being parasitized in a way, some will forcing its way into the barrier itself. And Chris, casting telepathy, you connect not to just one tree or anything, but the entire forest, this cascade of signals, this call and effect across everything, this bouncing decision-making machine that you could feel for, I think, still, like 24 hours. Yeah, that's how long it lasts, telepathy. Yeah. But continuing on, eventually, seemingly having proved that you're not a threat, the forest guides you. You uncovered a few abandoned ruins of a kind, older civilizations that were long wiped out before you were even, cells in someone's body. And accessing with that telepathic bond, Chris, you get the sense that there's something roiling in the forest, some shift that happens, this almost not quite a night to day transition physically, but like this mood that comes over, and you feel something shifting in, I guess, the stomach of the forest, something deeper. But nothing to do about that yet. Eventually you find an open glade with a, I suppose, shrine would be the best way to put it. Long, healthy grasses, a large field, and this mysteriously treeless expanse rises to a small hill where there's a granite slab, almost hourglass shaped, but squat, flat. You all bleed on it, except for, who was it? Nyx, who was the only one that didn't partake in this ritual. When you all do so, you all leave behind a memory to share with it, to be eternally immortalized. You all see visions of different people, elves and everything, just living their lives, or staring at you, but you all leave behind happy memories. Riley, you focus on Eremigadeafin, the prior Archon of Hara, and find two memories. One of her not quite stealthily watching, but just quietly watching from the back through a doorway. A human woman, large brimmed hat set off to the side, long red scarlet hair, neatly combed and brushed, just writing something on in a tome. And the other memory, the same elven woman, bright orange hair, long complex rope of braided hair intertwined with white lilies, standing, or I suppose kneeling, broken, at the edge of a cliff face, just staring up at the moon with tears in her eyes. Riley, you put your hand on her shoulder, but passes through. It's something, just a memory. A trail shoots through that parts the grass and opens up a gateway. You smell the scents of tea brewing freshly, just kind of mingling with the flowers as well. Sweet and nectary as you all walk through, and you see that same elven woman, bright orange hair, not wearing a dress of broken leaves like before in the memories, but living leaves, bright, colorful, almost like like a pastel coloration of every hue and shade. Just slowly sipping on tea before she just turns towards you. No, you're all fools, right? That is where you pick up. But to re-describe the scene, the elven woman sitting at a white wood table. It's very bright in here. You don't smell much other than the scent of flowers and the scent of tea, a somewhat bitter but strong tea mingling with this sweet nectar. But visually, it's almost zoo-like in a way. You are standing on a whitewashed wood porch of a kind, probably about 30 by 30 across, decently sized. You're domed in glass. The one side, the porch side you're on. I'm not describing this well, Brian. On the other side of the glass from your porch, I suppose, is just wild expanse. Trees upon trees of every coloration. Not green, some green, some purple, some red, some blue, some changing colors on a whim. Flowers shoot up from the ground as well. Every shape and size, wild and just completely unpredictable. No patterns you can really discern from the ecology on the side of the glass either. They seem random and patchwork. Some just pick up and move with root-like legs and then just plant themselves back into the soil. The soil itself is multicolored. Sometimes they just spawn little eyes. Not biological ones, but like shapes of eyes, and then they close again. The sun, you don't really see it through the tree line, but it is bright and colorful. At least the coloration of the sky is. It's a almost shock orange, and then it melds into this bright purple. It almost dances like an oil slick in the sky. And it just seems to be stuck there. You don't see any movement of any clouds. There are no clouds. It's a strange ecology on this side of this glass. But you are inside a building, probably. And there's just an elven woman sat at a white table, sipping on tea and silverware.
Is there enough tea for us?
There's a decently sized pot. There's only 3 chairs. She's sitting on one. Also, there's 3 sets total, but she's sipping on one. So there's 2 other cups if someone would like to partake.
I want a chair.
Hmm?
I want a chair.
You go take a chair. Just walk forward, feebly and meekly with your muscles hanging off your bones. But you take a seat, and without really staring at you too hard, but she does stare. The teapot, it's a decently sized teapot. Less handheld and more like, it's almost torso sized, but it is sat on the center of this table. It just kind of pours itself, just invisibly tilts, and then just pours you a cup of tea. The teacup itself is leaf-shaped. It's kind of rounded at the top, but there's like small waves, but there's like the striations of like a leaf pattern in the cup itself.
I drink the tea.
It's strong. It's nice if you like kind of like bitter flavors, but there's like a kind of like a not quite a mellowness, but there's this strong shock to your body as this wave of calm kind of takes you for a bit. You still have your thoughts, all your faculties, but when you drink this tea, it's like an immediate shift from kind of like this like sweaty trudging, and then it is sudden calm as the tea takes you. The elven woman is just staring at you with these bright emerald green eyes. And she takes another sip.
Riley will turn to the rest of the crew. Ladies and Zero first.
Out of character. To first to what? Speak? To sip tea? What do you mean?
Yeah, just go over there.
Oh,
And if none
Okay.
of you want to sit, then I will.
I'm not sitting, but I will head over there and I will stand behind Chris.
Yeah, and like positionally, the table's at in the center of the room, but at the far end, so it's like pressed up against the glass window. She's sitting on the right side of the table, so there's still the left. Well, I'm assuming Chris took the left one, but there's still the middle seat, which stares into the forest on the other side of the window.
Do Claudine or Zia sit?
They don't know this woman, and they have no idea who this woman is. So
Alright,
they are
so
deferring to
first,
you.
I'm going to cast Tongues on Zia.
Okay.
I'll quickly whisper, so this is one of the only people in all of Hydegray that is probably older than you. And then Riley will take a seat, take a sip.
Yeah, and you have the same feeling. The tea itself, coloration-wise, it is like a bright orange. It almost looks like it's barely even translucent. Even you can barely see the tea cup. It looks like a hot sauce almost, but it's liquidy. And you take a sip, and it's bitter but calming.
I'll conjure up another chair and then pat it for someone to sit down.
Smart.
Does your chair look the same, or is it like shabby and like brown?
I'll make it look the same.
Okay.
I'll make it look a little bit better.
Better. That's an adjective.
He's so fucking petty.
It's the same chair, but it's made of like there's like a luster to it. It's shiny. Yeah. Zero, would you like to take a seat or no? You're standing behind Chris.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay standing. I guess it doesn't matter where I'm standing, but I want to be standing.
Okay. Claudine will join you, flanking the other side of Chris. Zia will stand by you, Riley, and Nyx will take the seat. She kind of.
I didn't. Oh, right. Nyx is here.
Yeah, Nyx kind of sits daintily, with like a nice, polite smile. Just kind of crosses her legs and puts her hands in her lap.
Riley will start it off then. Your court jesters have appeared. What have you to say to us then?
I've said all I wanted to say. You're all fools.
Care to elaborate?
She puts down the cup and just kind of clatters against the porcelain for a little bit. Just kind of curls her hands into themselves, forming a almost like caged off demeanor as she just looks into the table. You still think that you have any control over what goes on here is almost endearing. And I'm not going to stop you. Just know that you walk a path of pain. One that you will find in time, should you continue to step forward, will be fruitless, utterly and terribly bereft of anything valuable.
What alternative is there? What do you see value in spending our time in?
The only metric that we have control over is happiness. By now, you're all potentially the most powerful entities in the world. But you're not alone in this. You could do anything you wanted. You could start families, or open up a shop, go fish. It's the only thing you really have any agency in. And you struggle. You struggle and fight. For what?
Well, for tomorrow.
To maintain all of that, what you said.
Right, and anything you just explained would bring us happiness. I don't think you understand how little time we have to enjoy any of that happiness right now. What we're doing is overall an investment in the rest of our lives and the lives of other people. Any path that we try to take right now has pain in it at some point. This is a problem that's not going to go away, that we can just ignore and choose to go off and play pretend and distract ourselves. We don't have a choice.
You've always had a choice.
I also think it goes to show that we've never at any point sought control over the situation. We wanted a fighting chance. We're not trying to control the outcome, we're trying to survive the outcome.
And
This
Riley
is the
will... Oh, no, go on.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Riley will go on, and it seems that you were also quite adept at surviving. What you see as a failure was actually a resounding success. You survived. You lived another day, another 1,000 days, another 10,000 days. That's our plan.
And do you know what I've come to realize after those 1,000 days? The first minute, actually, into this new age. I survived. And even now, I really wish I hadn't. It would have been easier. Perhaps even cowardly, but it happened. And like yourselves, I tried to fix things. I still carried that spark of rebellion against the thing lingering up in the sky. 700 years I carried that. I'm assuming you know where that led. Now that was the next lesson I learned, was that we are all still people. And today we are still the same. Selfish and ignorant.
Yeah, but isn't that kind of our business, though? You could say the same thing of the thing in the sky, also selfish and ignorant. Riley will lean in. Look, we have managed to make allies of all three arms of the invasion. Not as a whole, mind you, but we found a way. On a limited scale, we can be friends. Now, I'm not saying the invasion won't happen, because it will. But it's not as though there is no potential for friendship. It is that they do not understand how to make that happen. They will not have enough time to understand how to make that happen. And so the inevitability is that we clash. But I do not blame them for it. When I seek to eradicate them, it's not personal. Because I know that in another timeline, we could have been allies. We have physical proof of it.
And you think friendship is going to carry you to victory?
I think,
Well,
as you
it'll
just said,
certainly
we are
help.
some of the most powerful entities on this planet. And that could help, perhaps.
As was I once. As I still am. As were my friends. As were the gods. Back then. It didn't matter. None of it did. Even the gods, back then, in that idiotic age, were just like us because they were us. Selfish and ignorant. That was the best chance we had to win 2,000 years ago. And the best we could do was a stalemate. I tried to find victory. And people will be people. Selfish and ignorant. I hope you understand my point. I have lived long enough to see this cycle over and over again. It does not matter what gods are worshipped. I see that now. It doesn't matter how much fear you erase. We are selfish and ignorant. You, I, everything. So, there's my question. You still want to struggle in all of this?
Why not?
That is your choice. Foolish as it is. She just picks up the teacup and just looks out the window into the multicolored jungle expanse. Takes one small sip. Well, I certainly won't stop you.
Indeed.
Is that all?
Well, I'm a little bit confused. What
Gee.
is it that's driven you to bear this alone?
Simon, I have a question out of character.
Hmm?
What was the? I mean, I don't know if we had a name for the. I know we saw that memory that she'd had of losing somebody, right? When we first got to this place before the meeting.
No, she lost the first fire.
Well, I know, but wasn't there a specific memory that we just saw of her losing somebody? It was like a very emotional memory. When we all had to give up a memory, what was hers?
She was like on her knees at a cliffside around sunset, but you can still see the moon in the sky. As you're just crying at the sea.
Okay, so we never saw a person.
No.
Okay. Do you mind if I speak, Riley? Go on.
Well, go for it.
I'm going to take a step closer to the table, and I'm going to lower my voice and just say to her, who did you lose? When you were weeping at the cliffside. I know you probably lost a lot of people, but I'm sure there's someone specific.
Make a persuasion check.
Yes, 0, good at persuasion.
Okay, cool.
She just
Super cool, super tight.
kind of looks, not at you or anything, but she kind of stares at the space between, not really focusing on anything in particular, and just says, very plainly and bluntly, everyone.
No, not everyone. I can think of somebody who's still kicking. No thanks to you, no less.
And if they were all still here, everyone that you lost, would you then find a reason to try and save them? Try and put effort in, even at the bare minimum, a second stalemate?
Many of them would likely have convinced me. But they're not here.
Do you only have the ability to protect people you love? Because there's people on the homeland here that would want me dead. And all of this I'm doing is for, at the bare minimum, I would hope, a stalemate with the enemy. To grant a few of these people, despite how dark their hearts may be, molded by hate, another day. To allow them to use their time wisely, as you advised me. But again, as you said, unfortunately, we are the most powerful people for, recent events. Not the only ones, but everyone has a choice. And we've made ours. I understand you've made yours, but I have a hard time imagining somebody who, at some point, possessed so much love for so many people, being only able to extend that care and that effort for people they love. When there's people out there that you'll never meet, and they'll never know you, but they're still worth the effort. They're still worth saving.
I used to want to save everyone. That was what the flower was supposed to do.
And it still could.
She just kind of stares, again, the whole time you're talking to her, just blankly, into nothing, a space between the people in the room right now. The more I tried to save everyone, the more compromises I had to make. In the first year of this age, I didn't want to rely on the gods. We failed one too many times. I thought we could save ourselves. And for the first 100 or so years, I was right. And then people forgot. I made them forget some of it. But I came to the conclusion that you can't save everyone. The only solution, permanent solution, was the flower. I couldn't build it up by myself. I had to be creepy monster I had to be.
You'll gave me the rundown.
And in that, that was the other realization. It's all the cycle.
It doesn't have to be.
Doesn't. I would not be so sure about that. I've had nothing but time since. She looks at you, Riley. Since. And it only strengthened everything I feared. Nothing we ever did, since not the first year of this age, but the first year of life, the first gods, the first everything on this world. None of it mattered. None of this was our choice. We are looking out into the forest past the panes of glass again. We're insects. We think one tree can be our whole world. We can subsist and breed, live out an entire life on a single tree, never realizing that a whole forest exists out there. And within that forest, nations, and within those nations, a world. Within those worlds, more. Do you understand how infinitesimally small we are compared to the wills that shaped everything around us?
Even still. Does the insect give up?
The insect will make sacrifices.
Uh-huh, and?
And when the insect dies and the tree dies, the forest will not feel its presence when it's gone. The things you hope to do will not affect anything. You will buy yourself time, maybe. For how long? Until the next apocalypse comes.
Isn't that a problem for people in the future?
Right.
This is our apocalypse right now. And we have a chance at, chasing it away. What happens 1,000 years from now isn't my business. What happens in the next 400 is. The apocalypse is now. I can't prepare for the next one. But I can prepare for this one.
If the alternative to doing what we're doing now is sitting back and watching this disease of an entity take and consume anything and everything we love until we also perish, I feel it's safe to say even your fallen allies would want better of our time spent, rather than just laying there and taking it.
What if it were that your fallen allies' souls never actually found peace? That is the type of enemy that we face.
I'm sure you know that 2 of the original First Fire still breathe.
I have a question out of character.
What's that?
Okay, one of the first fires that's still around, it's Yule, right?
No.
No?
No, it's Nicodaxian, and it's, fuck, what's her name in the crystal?
Oh.
Novos.
Three Novus.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
We don't
I
know who the
why
fuck Thruville is. Thruville might just be the Archon.
I thought she's the Archon.
No, like as a pseudonym. Because we don't have any fucking clues as to who Thruville is.
Okay. I don't know why I thought... You have a friend here in Helda named Yule, right?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know why I thought he was somebody, like, way older.
Well, he is.
How older?
Old enough to be killed in the battle and then resurrected by Godaiothin.
I think at some point when he was introduced or you talked about him, I completely blanked on who he was and who he was, especially to Riley. So I'm just wondering,
He's Riley's mentor figure.
would he have any bearing on, not bearing, but like, would he have any impact on this conversation right now? If, like, does she know him?
Yeah, she knows him, obviously. She resurrected him. He was
Right.
like captain of her knights or something.
Okay.
I don't remember their exact, but they knew each other. Not just in a passing manner either. Like they knew each other. So yeah, Riley did say that in character, by the way. That 2 of the first fire still breathe.
Yeah, and she just stared at you. Her face has been emotionless at the best of times, and she just doesn't change that. Same visage just stares at you, Riley. One more than the other, yes.
Oh, and if you count the elf that you're looking at right now, you could make it 3 if you really want to get technical.
Let's not. The point... My friends are dead. What they once were can't be remade into the same shape and form ever again.
So what of Yule then? What was that deal?
She just looks out into the forest again, maybe for the first time. Riley, make an insight check.
Insight, where is that? There you are.
You better than me. Hell yeah.
I did a little bit better.
For the first time in this conversation, she shows a hint of an emotion that is just not apathy, basically. There's like a remembrance there. Almost a forlorn longing, almost. She just says, staring out the window. He was still young, in a sense. He still had a spark for life that I had lost at some point. I couldn't fix my mistakes. I didn't want him to die for mine either. Some people have more life to live. He was one of them.
It's a little bit contradictory.
Right.
Is it?
A lot, actually. You gave him a second chance. Something that you're not charitable enough to grant to us.
I'm not denying you a second chance. In the end, it's all futile anyway.
What
Now
makes
listen,
you...
I've seen snippets of memories here and there of the invasion. I don't know if it's anything we can't handle with the right tools. The flower. Do some more. Incomplete as it is now, that won't last. How powerful is that laser beam? Could it destroy the moon? Would that secure victory? Or would it change nothing?
The flower is the only permanent solution that I can think of.
Well, why not finish the job then? The resources are right there. Some wacko from Obethis is currently working on it.
By the time that man hijacked everything, the project was far from complete. I don't know
She
what...
seems to think that it is on track to completion soon.
She is mistaken then. I don't think you fully fathom the power of that flower.
True. Something strong enough to blow up the moon is completely beyond my reckoning. And yet, it's there. It's being worked on. It might even be done in time. So when you say permanent solution, you're confident that that is our surefire ticket to victory.
I was going to fire with a bit more care.
You still can.
The madman intends to turn the project into a city of piracy. I don't know if anybody really wants that, aside from the other insane people. Do you see what we're getting at here? Wouldn't it be nice if the original project lead finished what she started?
And whatever you need, we can provide it for you, whether it be materials or great minds. There's people that weren't alive during the first go of this, the first run of it. You say it has work that needs to be done, but there's been engineers working on it for weeks now, and if they're doing something wrong, we need to know that now. With or without you, we're going to try to use it to end the cycle. If you would join us in that, that would be excellent, and we could provide you with whatever we could. If for nothing else, one last run of the cycle. Because this will be the last. Either we win and we're able to construct something of what's left of our home after all of this, or we lose. And it's an actual loss this time, not the stalemate that you were granted very mercifully. So either way, this will be the last cycle. Would you like to make an impact in that? Because I don't think I'm alone when I say I think you could help turn things around. And I think the impact you made then and you make now is nothing to take lightly. You're very strong. I'm sure you know that, but I think you need to be reminded of it.
I need both Zero and Riley to make persuasion checks. I'll be combining your results together, and it has to beat a DC. Okay.
I mean, I have an 11 by default. I just need to, like, roll higher than a 5. That's still a 30.
Still 30. Consider, and we haven't talked about the Destiny Vendor today.
We haven't.
Simon, would you let us use the Destiny Vendor retroactively?
I've let you use it retroactively for like the last 3 years, so...
True, yeah, today's no different. I think, what did I roll? A 3? What are the chances I do worse? I'll use the Destiny Vendor.
Please.
I'm actually kind of confident that 30 can do it, but I want to just be maximum sure. Persuasion, right? Yeah. Wait, do I still have an inspiration? Well, how's inspiration work again?
Wait, I still have inspiration too. Fuck.
Inspiration just lets you re-roll, like, fully.
Yeah, I'll reroll.
Okay.
The chances of if I do worse, I'll Destiny bend that. Okay, so goodbye inspiration. Persuasion. That's much better.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Zero, would you like to re-roll?
Yeah.
Now, 15's pretty good, but you don't know.
We both rolled the 15.
You don't know what the DC is in my head is.
For a total of 42. If it was like 50, I seriously doubt.
I will. Okay, if Riley has the Destiny Bender, do you mind if I use the Destiny Bender for this so I don't use inspiration?
You rolled a
Really?
15. The chances of you doing better than that are significantly lower than doing worse. I would keep it.
It's 25%, potentially better.
Are you willing to fuck this up for a 25?
No, I'll just take it.
Okay, so the total is 42.
Yes.
Okay.
That is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
Okay. The DCs I had in my head were, there's 2 gates. There's 40 and there's 50.
Oh shit. Okay, so we cleared the first one.
Yeah. 30 wouldn't have done it. But, okay. She... still looking out the window, but then just kind of begins fidgeting with her teacup a little bit, staring into the very opaque tea, just kind of sloshing around for a bit for 30 seconds in silence. You just hear birds chirping, insects on the other side, like slamming against the glass pane and then dying, and then being resurrected into something else entirely different. You have a flying snake that slews into the sky. It's wacky out there. But she finally just looks up. I am tired of fighting. And this really isn't my fight anymore. But I'll humor you. Kind of lean forward. I probably have far too much information in my head. I was going to let it die with me. If you would like to pick it, now's the time.
Agreed. I guess let's start with the enemy then. The nature of the moon. Is it a base of operations? Are there creatures that stir within it? Or are they all locked? We know that the machine life forms, well, I guess they're life forms for us, but the other branches that were not blessed with Janna's soul, they were trying to communicate with it and failing constantly.
That's a longer conversation. Would you like to start that conversation now?
Sure.
You are aware of the concepts in this universe. Basic ones. Fear, hunger, light, soul, everything that governs everything. They exist. Same as anywhere else. Fire is fire. And she kind of extends out a hand, and just her hand just alights the flame. Ice is ice. The fire begins to freeze into just a solid block of beautiful and crystalline ice. Fundamental laws. She brings her hands, kind of clasps them together again, just resting them on the table, kind of wringing her teacup. There are... Are you aware of the aspects of creation?
Oh, that sounds familiar. I'm saying this out of character. That sounds familiar.
It does sound familiar.
Like the what's it called, the trinkets.
You could call them that, yes.
What? This thing that I'm holding here. He'll bring it out.
Yeah, which one of you has the volcano stone?
I think Riley
Never
does.
me.
Or what? Did we even have a volcano stone? I thought we used it.
Possibly.
Yeah, we did. We used it. Either
Yeah.
that or it's just out of my
When
inventory.
did we use
it
the
has
volcano
its
stone?
To make a fire sword or something? I don't remember.
Something like that, yeah.
I thought we gave.
Where the fuck is the fire sword then if we used it?
I don't know.
Probably sold it. It's way outdated now.
I thought we gave it to Azazon.
Did we?
Or one
That
of-
makes sense.
I trust Brandon's memory because he can remember the fucking hunter of the name of the first hunter in the first session that wasn't even recorded. Possibly, yeah.
Terry Lowen.
Oh yeah, you may have used it to help revive her, actually.
Yeah, I think that checks out actually.
It does sound familiar. Yeah.
He said I trust Brandon's memory.
The man takes good notes, I'm just saying.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
Yeah. Righty, what do you hold out? Are you thinking of like the actual like little trinket you found at the beginning of the campaign?
Yes.
Yeah. She kind of looks at that. No, that's some project of that madman Thulvril. No, I speak of something older. I wish I had an example with me, but
I gave one to a god.
which god?
Azazon.
Hmm.
Oh, that
Captured.
volcano stone thing.
You found an aspect of fire that would do it. I thought she was dead.
Nope, we freed her.
From a ship.
And the ships are known to do that. Either way. Yes, if what you gave to Azazon was an aspect of creation, that would be a pure essence of fire. But the aspects of creation are the smallest figments of such a thing. Smallest figments of these concepts. The largest ones are thrones. I've only ever seen one. Just looking up at the sky. Up there.
The moon, then.
Yes. I don't know how many exist. I don't know what the other concepts would be. I think that throne is a throne of consumption. The raw concept of consuming everything. The
Wait a second.
intake of matter, of ideas, and disassembling them.
So like a void.
You could say that.
This sounds familiar.
Is it
Oh,
related?
Lord.
Is it related to, I guess, the McCool Kang? Did I say that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Uncle King. That's not directly related to the thrones. Like I said, the forest is bigger than you realize.
So that's a more localized version of that concept, then.
That's a living version of that concept. No, the thrones are, I believe, the height of power everywhere. Doesn't matter what plane you're on. I suppose planets would be the modern term. It does not matter where you are. If you are where the gods reside, where the demons reside, here, consumption is the same, and sitting on the throne of any concept would grant you total and unobstructed power over it. Likely amongst other things as well. I've glimpsed it once, out of curiosity in my wander. Something sits on that throne. Not a person, not even living, just a machine. Cables, I think the term would be now. Just connect to it like a heart with its arteries. I don't know who built that machine. All I know is it sits above a pit of a million screaming souls. Likely its victims, or its creators. I don't know. But it has some level of intelligence to do all of this. That is your enemy.
Our enemy is a concept that is so poetic.
Not so easy to kill now, is it?
Well, clearly it's taken physical form. So, do you know anything about that?
The moon itself. Well, it has... When I was up there, it was almost beautiful. Almost. There were no plants, there were no grasses, but it was quiet. It was one of the first times in my life where I felt truly isolated. That was very quickly interrupted by the ecosystem beneath. There's nothing on the surface, but many below it. And they come out every so often. I don't know what they feed on. I did not linger for long enough to find that out. But there is a world up there.
How did you get there?
I used a plane shift spell. That is it. It's strange. The moon is between worlds. It exists in our realm, but it is in itself its own. I'm sure with a creative enough mind, you can find your own way up there, should you wish.
Well, it doesn't seem to be all that difficult. An old wizard managed to figure it out and most likely never came back.
Question for you regarding this living entity of consumption. The virus that came with the invader, that also seems to just take and consume. Do you think that an entity such as the living embodiment of consumption would be strong enough to withstand and even overcome being infected?
Well, the entity itself isn't organic. At least I don't think it is. Either way, the corruption came from it. I don't know which I don't know if it dreamed it up itself, or it's just part of its... one of its commands is to make more of it. I find it doubtful. All 3 arms of the invader are impervious to the corruption.
What I'm talking here is that we have a highly locked down area in Thane in which a pocketed strain of the virus, the sick, the illness, the corruption that has evolved to infect magic has been kept there in quarantine, and we have no means of disposing it.
Almost
Previous to finding an, what's it called? An orb of annihilation? Sphere of annihilation. But we had pause using it to do that because, again, the corruption corrupts magic, and we also did not want potentially this sphere of annihilation, which this is out of character. We did discern that the sphere of annihilation has a direct tie to Muckle King, right? Like,
Yes.
okay, right. We also did not want to expose Muckle King to the corruption if it was going to create a larger problem for the future.
Well, it knows about the corruption. It's like,
It also knows about what's inside the moon, you said.
yeah. It didn't necessarily want it.
Well, the question you ask is an unstoppable force enough to move an immovable object? And the answer is, I don't know. I know the source of that corruption. I know it. Maybe, I don't know. I wouldn't meddle with that thing very much.
The corruption or Muckle King?
The dragon.
Hmm.
That's what we've been advised by several different people. Okay, cool.
It is
Tight.
also, yeah, that
Well, we kind of got your top officer on that job now.
What do you mean?
What's his name? Kuxir?
Yeah.
Kuxir
Kyle.
sent an envoy of himself to go check it out.
Ah. Part of your Alliance of New Gods.
They're doing great out there. The sun has been turned off in Sant, and the leaders are not taking it well. I'm gonna glance over at Nyx when I say that.
She just beams you a very nice smile.
I like to insight check that.
Make an insight check.
Cool. Right.
Hard to read.
Right on.
She has some nice pearly lights, though. That's about as all you can glean, is that she has a great dental plan.
Can I ask the Archon? So you know of no way to remove the corruption at all?
Some magic is helpful. Greater restoration. Regeneration if the limb has been amputated.
I'm
Magic
fairly
is
certain that
effective.
we're immune to the normal strain of it.
What about this other strain which corrupts magic?
Right. I have a mage hand that still has a tiny freckle of corruption on it that won't seem to budge.
So too with my unseen servant.
The Void Dragon, I know little about. Because the battle where it arrived and hopefully died lasted roughly an hour. at great
Yeah, we're
cost.
pretty sure. We're pretty sure anything that was truly living in there is super dead now.
It took a lot of our power and more to,
And a god blowing up.
and my friend. Yes. That was the battle. All of it was to get rid of that pillar and keep the dragon from rampaging across the land.
And that was the esoteric dragon of space.
I suppose so. I'm not a draconic expert.
Perhaps the other esoteric dragons could help.
They exist somewhere. They tend to hide away purposefully.
Well, after what happened to their space companion, it seems wise.
Even before that, they were secretive. Never met one. Until one was corrupted.
Was it corrupted here, or was it corrupted prior on another place?
From what I could tell, most of the bulk of corruption you fight are weak. Even the stronger variants are weak. The more powerful ones, even unique variants, are specialty made. They require time. Those ones are stolen away first and painstakingly meddled with before dropping from the sky again as a weapon.
I'm actually kind of curious about this forest because it seems like this forest has been able to rid itself of any sort of corruption or almost kind of keep it away.
Was it Riley who was able to sense that the corruption had been pushed down?
I believe between you and Chris, I believe you both discerned that, yeah, like, the forest swallowed the corruption.
Right.
The corruption never really went anywhere, it just got stored. It got shoved into the closet, essentially.
I did sense that there was something stirring beneath us that can't seem to get out.
The forest... that was its decision. It's still there. It never rid itself of anything, it just put it away for later.
Is that why it's so defensive? To make sure that nobody can get to it?
It's defensive because people kept cutting it down, burning it down, hunting its animals, polluting it, defiling it, trying to lair in it. Never respecting that it is in itself a living creature.
I feel like the Granal Woods is going to get revenge.
The Granite Woods are infants compared to this one. The Silverwood, that is a contender. Still young, but the second most powerful forest.
That is interesting, though. If this forest has managed to contain the corruption, that means it's not spreading. How did that happen?
Probably the same way they managed to keep it in the ice. pocket it.
That's fair. I guess if there's no organic material, then there's nothing to corrupt.
Not quite true. It just depends on the medium. Organic material spreads fastest, so forests, plains, grasslands, they tend to be lost in a matter of days. Stone and sand, they tend to spread slower. Ice as well. This forest, it still is corrupted, but it has I suppose, a method to keep it contained. It's stored somewhere, and whenever it gets corrupted, the forest kills off that portion that is. A cycle of disease, then decay. But that forest can only maintain that for so long before it tires.
So there's our apocalypse 1,000 years from now.
Potentially.
One fire at a time.
Yep.
Is there a god of consumption?
There was.
What happened?
He ate the corruption. The pillar, I believe. He didn't make it.
So that gods are capable of dying.
Oh, very much so. Many of them were lost in the Umbral era. Even more in the Void.
Now feels like a good time as ever to ask, what's a good way of disposing of Akem?
Well, the best answer was to trap him into a black pearl for all eternity, but I suppose that's not an option anymore.
In our defense, total accident.
Yeah, in our defense, I didn't touch it. None of us did.
I'm not blaming you. Akem has a way of manipulating those, even while imprisoned. The fact that he was even found in such a low security place only proves that.
I suppose we could feed Akem to Makulkin. But then our next problem is Makulkin.
What does Akem feed off of? Just pain?
Yes and no. He belongs to the dominion of death. So, the things you would expect: killing, murder, wars. He goes a step beyond. He does feed on pain, but he also feeds on emotional strife. So, feelings of betrayal, suffering, resentment, all hate. Anything that could make you want to kill someone else. And the killing's the dessert. It's the process he's in love with.
I have a question.
I have nothing but
so
time.
you said that the enemy is basically the concept of consumption, and well, gods are essentially entities of concepts. So is it that the enemy is also drawing on this maybe pool of consumption, such similar to what the god of consumption was? doing before? Uh, is it possible?
She looks at you, Chris, and her face hasn't moved for a little bit. You see a slight smile creep across one corner for a few seconds before it drops. You are an observant one, aren't you? Yes, actually. You're correct. It's the concept. Gods draw from concepts. Consumption, love, death, life. All concepts. All consistent, mostly. The thrones draw off these concepts.
So, if there's a lot of use on that concepts, for example, if a lot of entities are drawing from that pool, for example, does that weaken all the other entities that are drawing upon that pool?
Well, I suppose in theory, but that's a very large ocean.
Because perhaps, since we're associated with those entities as well, or chosen, or on our way to godhood in some respects, perhaps we could use the enemy's own power against them. We have to consume the enemy to get rid of them. For example, concept of chaos with consumption, or knowledge and consumption, just all these things, consuming things at the same time.
So what, if I eat a fish, I'm drawing from that pool?
Maybe.
In theory, that might work. In practice, impossible.
I agree. If it were possible in practice, I should think it would already have happened.
You imagine this. Consumption. It is a world of water. 3 times the size of our own planet. Every place you've ever known, you can fit 1 million of them in there. The average draw of our home, if it was completely populated by gods of consumption, and she takes the teaspoon that she's stirring the tea with and just takes a teaspoon of that, would equate to this much. So, yes, if you had multiple worlds of gods of all consumption, you could, maybe in a few billion years, starve out the enemy. It's easier to think of these concepts as limitless in this regard.
Is there a way to convince the enemy to consume itself?
Bite your own fingers off. Would you bite your own fingers off? Please say no.
I'll get back to you on that one.
You asked the wrong person. From what we've observed from the enemy, they work very logic-based. In fact, it seems that's all they work on. So I don't think that we could convince them. It would require more. Something like a soul.
I have been thinking on what sits on the throne in the moon. It's a machine, and I'm no mechanist, but I assume someone had to have built it. So why? I doubt we'll be able to find the answers, but I fear that despite all the destruction it's caused, this is exactly what it was told to do. Like an animal with an instruction from its master.
What if there was a way to frog game at this thing? Make it think it could eat as much as it could, but it didn't really actually do that.
Has someone ever considered trying to reprogram it?
Most people don't even know what it really is.
You say it sits on the throne. Are we talking a literal throne, or is it just somewhere inside the moon? And theoretically, we could yank it from its position, bring it here, and mess with it.
I'm not speaking metaphorically when I say a throne.
So it's a literal throne.
Yes.
And it's if and when it's removed from the throne and no one takes that seat, what happens?
Well, I can't be certain. But my assumption is that now the seat is free. I don't believe anyone really needs to control a concept for the concept to exist. Just that in doing so, you'll have more power over it.
But it seems that that power is not infinite, despite being able to draw from a rather infinite source. After all, that rock is suspended up there, and it has been for thousands of years.
Yes, seems to have its limits. I just don't know what those limits are.
I'm wondering what we could do. If we brought... I know I was previously team bring the fight down here to us, but if it doesn't have to end in a grand fight, we bring Jane or one of the receivers with us to reteach the machine. I'm not saying granted consciousness, because I don't know if that'll be any better of a solution, but maybe bring someone that speaks its language to rewire it somehow. And I don't know how much that would benefit us than just killing it, but it's already done so much damage down here and left so many of its followers down here. I wonder if it's just a machine hooked up down there, if changing its intentions and changing its nature would affect the creatures that are still here.
Well, we've seen this manifest in real time, have we not?
That's true.
It's not just that, it's also before we managed to give the receivers the soul. They attempted to communicate with whatever that mass of cables was in the Nexus, and it rejected them. Without the usage of a soul, I don't think we can change that machine. And like you said, we probably don't want to give it consciousness. What if it remembers its time on the throne and says, you know what? I want that again. And this time, I'm going to do it better. I think it's best for us, and for everybody in this planet, if we just dispatch of it.
What is the surface of the moon look like? I know you said it's devoid of organic life like we have here, but these creatures, the ones that come from the pillars, are they just roaming around up there?
Some of them. It seems the apparatus and the corrupted don't require oxygen.
There's no oxygen up there?
In thin little pockets.
Is that how you survived then?
I just don't need air.
Huh?
Huh?
I wonder if it works the same way as being underwater then. Maybe I don't need air either.
I fear that I can't promise anything. Your connection to your gods may be thin if you're up there. The gods themselves are both old and new, fairly ignorant of everything not on their home continent. Most of them.
So then their reach wouldn't even span the entire planet.
Possibly. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't think I am.
Have you seen the other continents?
Yes. I don't know the name of the other one. Every remnant of civilization is gone. There's a wide scar in the ocean. I don't know if it was always there or if it's new.
Like a hole?
Something like that. It's a chasm the size of, well, the continent. It would be between the ruined continent and this one. That would be if you head west. The other continent still thrives. Mostly. They remember.
Do they know about us over here?
I don't think so. They have
There
their
are
own
people
history.
there?
Oh, yes. Their own cities, their own cultures. They still
Probably
speak
their
Old
own
Common.
gods too.
They seem to have a shaky history with gods over there.
Oh.
I didn't delve
Goody.
long enough to... Didn't delve long enough to figure that out, but... Something about a godfall. Not sure. They don't seem to like the gods, is my point.
I think we could say the same thing about people of Hidegrey back then, since people and gods were fighting constantly. So how did you manage to get people to believe in the Ten then?
You start small. When people don't have much, and there wasn't much back then. Embers of hope of anything. They can ignite into large infernos. You manufacture a few blessings here and there amongst people that are charismatic and, most importantly, pious. I've had to stamp out minor gods before they could really take hold and replace them with 10 benevolent, unfailing gods. Ones that won't selfishly impose their will to satiate some prideful boast. And ones that weren't afraid.
Well, I think you did a good job, actually. They've really come into their own, and I think they are also not afraid. They seem to be responding very well to the whole them not having existed since the beginning of time thing, and the fact that there's been an enemy looming over their shoulders the entire time.
Well, none of them have had their lives threatened before. Not for real.
Genuine question. In their creation, did you at any point use Kuatoa?
No, Kuatoa are too volatile. I had thoughts, but they jump between gods like a meal of the day. Only the best ones stick, and I had no guarantees that my attempts to do so would do anything other than manufacture something even worse.
When did you know it took hold? Your like plan to make these gods. Like obviously as concepts they can be spoken about and taught to other living people, but when did you know it worked if you weren't able to see tangible evidence?
All I did was sprinkle the seeds. From there I just had to hope. Within the first 10 years, they had already built a church. That's how I knew. From there, the deceptions slowed. I was confident enough that I didn't have to do anything anymore. The religion would take hold.
This feels like out of character. This feels like talking to an author about their OCs, you know? I'm like, so who were you channeling when you created Len? Like that ray of sunshine that she is.
My ex-wife.
Do you have a favorite?
Arwen.
Why?
There's still a part of me that believes in, or more specifically wants to believe in the concept of life.
Riley will look outside the glass. Yeah, I think I can see why.
Strangely, the Ten's presence aren't felt here. She kind of looks outside. That's the Feywild.
Huh?
Oh, so that's where we are.
Huh? Oh, this little pocket. I'm out of character. This little pocket dimension.
Yeah, apparently.
Oh God. Okay. Jesus fuck. I thought she meant the forest. I was like, no, don't say that.
Well, the forest is the Feywild. Well, not but the forest you were just in, or the forest outside the windows.
No. The forest that we slept in last night.
Oh no.
Yeah, no,
fine.
that's high grade.
Okay.
This is the Feywild in this pocket dimension.
Okay, outside of the glass.
Yeah, the wacky shit you're seeing outside. The fucking
I-
children's coffee.
Terrifying.
A
Terrifying.
bird turning into a fucking flying snake. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty Feywildish.
There's fairies in here.
How do you say it like that?
Fairies derogatory.
Fairies in here.
She looks at you, Chris. Yes and no. Even in the Feywild, I specifically chose a spot to be as secluded as possible. But elsewhere, yes, fairies would exist.
Are they nice?
No.
Do y'all mind if I BRB real quick?
Go for it.
Zero leaves the portal to take a piss outside.
It's proper etiquette.
Yeah. On the floor, pop squat.
Riley will then be like, so this is a little bit unrelated, but it could shine some light on something. He'll turn to Zia. We were in an archipelago, and there was something there that claimed to be some step above a god, and then pointed towards this lovely lady and described her as unnatural.
What was this being that was a step above a god?
I don't know, but it decided to drag us metaphysically. Or not metaphysically? We went to the center of the sun.
I'm afraid I don't know quite who you're speaking about.
Something in the Shatter.
The Shadow are the home of the beast folk. I don't tend to spend much time there.
It's like a vision ordained by their elder or something. I don't quite understand it, but I suppose the other point is that Azia here is an immortal and has no idea how that happened.
She kind of looks at Zia for a little bit. She just stares really intently at Zia, and Zia just kind of sits and just waves slightly, like very timidly.
She does have tongues on, so she's been able to understand every single word that's been said so far.
The Archon looks at Zia and just squints before speaking. Do you dream of cats, girl? Zia sort of looks at you, Riley, and just slowly nods.
She does dream of cats.
When you were born, your soul itself was bitten by, well, as you described, a being greater than a god. I mentioned Makul King. You mentioned Makul King. Something similar to that. Artois Lu, the cat of 9 trillion lives.
Okay, so I know that 9 trillion is a lot, but that's finite, yes?
It's more of a moniker.
Do you know anything else about it?
It populates worlds. Where Makul King would devour everything, Artois Lu grows everything. Its cosmic bite seeds life on dead planets. Where the teeth bit into our worlds were the first gods.
And so what, every now and then it just comes back for more?
No, I don't think so. But every now and then its teeth marks can be replicated in a soul. Much like your friend here. She kind of looks at Zia. When you die, you do die, but your soul doesn't quite go to a place. It just returns. And your body seeded with life again. Yeah, Zia just kind of looks towards you, Riley.
Well, that explains it. It also explains the cat dreams. Not that I'm interested in having this manifest anytime soon, but is there a way to turn that off?
Well, you could dive into the jaws of McCool King.
Yeah, I suppose that is actually a way, isn't it? Is that the only option?
Like I said, everything before us, before the first age, was dictated by wills greater than our own. If there is, that would be for you to take up with them.
Understood. Then, I suppose, if there's nothing else to know about the enemy, is there nothing else to know about the enemy?
That's up to you. I'm just here to provide information.
If there's something vital that we're missing, don't withhold.
Don't get killed.
We've got a decent track record of that so far.
And you
Except
know
Zero.
the best strategy for it already.
Right then. Part 2, the flower. What was it? Distraden Alahai? Something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the rainstorm that will bring flowers or something like that.
Something like that.
I'll try and find it. It's gonna bother me if I don't now. Tistreda Galemai Ilhanis.
Did we not shorten it?
I think you did. That may be an old name, actually.
It probably was.
Yeah.
Yeah, you changed it at some point then.
Damn. All right. Either way, we have you have the translation.
Yeah. And that's why she refers to it as the flower. Understood.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Hi.
Welcome back.
So you got bit by a cat, is what you missed.
Yeah.
No.
Not in the Feywild. The cat is the immortal thing.
Run that back.
So, so the Archon looked at Zia, and Zia's like, and Archon's like, "Yo, you know McCool King? You know there's like a counterpart to it. It's called Artois Lu, the cat of 9 trillion lives. Yeah, your soul got bit by it.
Her soul got bit.
Functionally, well, it replicated the bite marks. The thing goes around biting planets to seed life. According to the Archon, that is where the first gods on this planet came from. Was this giant, big-ass cat biting the planet, and then just everything took off from there. Zia's soul is linked to this cat somewhere out there.
Riley got a cat girl. Riley got a cat
fuck, she is a
girl.
cat
Riley
girl.
got
Holy
a
shit.
cat girl. Riley got a cat girl. Riley got a
straight
cat girl. Riley got a cat girl. Yo.
She's caramel dancing in the corner right now.
Oh, that's crazy. I hate learning new things. I don't. I love it, but damn.
Yeah, cats like fish.
Oh my god!
That's fun.
Oh, it's weird how these things come full
Did
circle.
you plan this?
Hey, look, man.
I thought this whole time you were just fucking humoring me. There's lore reasons? Oh my god.
That's so funny. Cat girl, cat girl,
Holy
cat
shit.
girl, cat girl.
It was fate.
It was fate.
Alright. Yeah. Right, the flower. Part 2, the flower. The lid.
Hmm.
What exactly is required to make it functional?
No, beyond. It was supposed to be fully organic. The plans were, I suppose, agnostic in that way. Some of it was built with stone, but the main thing is it needs conduit. Something to build up and gather and store energy. Magic, specifically. That's what the whole project was supposed to be. It was a channel and funnel for arcane energy. The one resource that this planet has abundance of.
So is the arcane energy required to build it and make it float and point the laser at the moon, or is it just to fire the laser?
The arcane energy is supposed to be a fuel source, as well as ammunition. The whole project relies on the use of it. Without arcane energy, none of it functions. Mechanically, well, that's... To be honest, I am not well versed in the mechanical sides. I crafted a theory, but I had help with that.
Ah, you had a team of engineers then.
As much as engineers as they could be called back then.
And so, armed with modern knowledge of how these things work, do you not think that the process could be sped up to a point where it could be ready in, say, 30 days?
Or the consequences could be worse.
I didn't consider that angle.
This is not just a laser, as you're calling it. It is not just
It's-
a beam.
It's a floating structure.
It is... It's an anomaly on a global scale. It is drawing on all arcane power. Everywhere.
A weapon.
That is obvious, yes. The original plan was to punch a hole through the center of the moon, clean through, one focused, targeted blast. From there, I would hope to try to find whatever center there was and surgically destroy it.
What went wrong the first time?
My empire was overthrown.
Well, I mean, I guess it could have happened in both Hauda and Darius, but you had this original plan in Dusamar from the beginning, yes?
That was the point of the whole empire thing, yes.
Ah.
Everything else.
So then, those who rebelled from Obethis is the reason it got put on hold.
Yes. Well, Obethis didn't exist. Not in the same sense, at least. Dusamara
Those
was
that
a-
would become Obethis
yes.
and Dusamar.
Yes. The rebel king, Nidus Aethia. Charismatic, strong. A great leader. And doomer of everything. He did not see the value of what we were doing, or perhaps he didn't know. He saw an oppressed people, and they were oppressed. But that's all he saw. Himself a liberator and myself a conqueror. And that's what he's remembered as. The first king of Rias.
Well, I'm not going to blame him. He saw what he saw. He didn't know the consequences. And, luckily for us, the project was not destroyed.
The project is more dangerous than ever.
Okay, maybe lucky isn't the right word.
Are you aware of what this large of a collection of arcane energy will do?
It can shoot the moon. What are the consequences of that?
If it's drawing upon, like you said, all Archon energy in the world,
Yes.
arcane energy, sorry.
It acts as a funnel, a net of a kind, to trap arcane energy. The issue we had before everything happened, I've been told that they couldn't focus it right. It would take likely another 100 years before it could do its job. At the time when Nidus Aethia overtook everything, the flower was a bomb. Had it detonated, all the arcane energy it would have built up over the last 400 years would have likely left a crater the size of the Selenic Ridge. And if I recall correctly, I don't think they turned that off since. So that's another 700 years or so of collecting arcane energy.
So basically, it would blow up the entire landmass that is Altus, Rias, and Calbe.
Hydra,
Possibly more. All of Hyde Grey.
possibly. At the very least, if it's not a crater, it would heavily impact it. If you fire it now, I think it would fundamentally change how magic works everywhere. If not erase magic entirely. But you would succeed in destroying the moon entirely, at which point the rubble may reign on this planet. So, yes, the flower is more dangerous than ever.
Is there not a way to siphon some of that arcane energy out?
You can, in the reverse direction, to a 1-to-1 ratio. So, do you have 700 years to spare?
30 days is the best I can do.
I have. We siphon it into a clone.
Right, and then what? It's a 1-to-1 ratio. We need
Well,
speed in that case. Because I'm sure that we can get more than 30 days worth out, but can we get 700 years worth out? And even then, we're sacrificing Dusamar and the surrounding areas as well. Which I think is worth it. Because that will save the rest of Hyde Grey. What you type in there?
Notes.
is there multiple people? Can multiple people, or can it be siphoned into multiple things at once?
I think you're vastly underestimating how much energy this is. You asked to cram a world's worth of magical energy into 5 people?
We could get more than 5.
I was thinking of Pratchett's clones.
You can siphon it out, but again, it only goes in the reverse direction so fast. You could release it in one burst by firing it or by detonating it.
What about gods?
It
That would
be-
require the speed.
Oh. Something like that. You can safely disseminate the magic 1-to-1. I suppose in theory you could release it in small bursts, but never tested. Wasn't the plan.
That sounds more like a controlled explosion kind of situation.
That's my thought.
So we would need something that can survive an explosion.
The sphere of annihilation.
Would you want to feed McCool Kang with all that energy?
Would it make it stronger?
Consuming anything makes that thing stronger. Though, by comparison, it feeds everywhere, so maybe this would just be a drop in a very, very large bucket. Either way, it's not my project anymore. Do with it what you will. Just know that if you fire it, successful or not, it would change the face of magic forever.
I'll be right back real quick.
Chris walks outside the portal to take a piss.
So one of our
Well-
win conditions just became mutual defeat.
Okay, I was gonna ask about that because I think part of that was mentioned maybe when I wasn't here. I don't know. I just while Brandon's gone, can you run that by me again? Why magic would be affected?
The original plan was, like, when things were on track for the flower to be fired, it was to fire a focused beam through the center of the moon so a strike team could go and find, like, the source of everything and, like, surgically kill it. Eventually the city was overtaken, but the Thunderhead project just been building up energy ever since. So it's been just absorbing magic for like an additional 700 years. So firing it now would essentially punch a hole in magic, and it wouldn't really heal right. So it would change magic, possibly.
And it would also level the entire
No,
continent.
really.
If it exploded. If you
If
fired
we
it,
if we use it, that'll level the continent.
if it exploded, it would level the continent. If you fired it, it would change magic, possibly.
Wait, that's not so bad.
I was about to say, as of right now, I guess because it hasn't happened yet, we don't know what that could look like
No,
for magic users.
no. It could weaken magic, it could strengthen magic, it could erase magic, it could just change the mechanics. No idea. Just that it would basically... Yeah, it would be like a spider's web. Spider web is magic. You punch a hole in the spider web, the nodes would be a little different when it healed, basically, when it just remade the thing.
I'm not opposed to changing magic forever. I, however, am not super excited about the idea of leveling the continent, which would I know it's
Which would
above
go
Dusmar.
counter to exactly what we've been trying to do this whole time.
Right. Like I'm like when she says continent, she means continent. She doesn't just mean like the Dusumar area, because I'd be willing to evacuate Dusumar and call that
Yeah.
a day.
No, that's probably what it would have done in the original timeline.
Yeah, it's according to her.
We've
it
gone
had
from
been-
this to like this much.
I believe when she said it had been building up energy for about 300 years when, like, the city got taken over, and she said it would blow up about the Solenic Ridge, so the mountain range.
Yeah, so about this much, and we've doubled that.
Yeah, so
At
it would
least.
be continent size now if it blew up.
Yeah,
Like,
all of this probably in a radius.
like the other continents could feel it. At some point, if you make a character in the new continent, it's be like suddenly a shockwave just fucking hits you out of nowhere. You're like, where the fuck did that come from?
Okay.
But that's if it blows up. I don't think. Yeah, I think we maybe miscommunicated there. Right. So that's if it blows up. If we fire the concentrated beam, it changes magic.
Yes.
So now we must ask: is a world where magic is different than it is now worth surviving for?
Well, now you have to deal with the additional problem that I didn't plan for, is that chunks of moon may fall on the planet.
Would we just fire another beam at them?
It's an all or nothing thing.
No.
So if we didn't use the beam at all, I guess it goes without saying that, kind of like off topic for a second, goes without saying we're gonna have to confiscate this shit from what's her name, because I don't think she understands. I mean, none of us could have known that except Gdathan, but
We literally only knew that it was a beam capable of destroying the moon.
Like, you have a very highly pressurized gas tank sitting on a city.
is it possible? Because it's already an airborne island. Can't we just take it out of the atmosphere? Again, I know it still raises the issue of the moon particles, but can you move it? Can we move it above the ocean?
Yes,
Yeah, if it can be put into the air, it can be moved.
it could go to the moon. In theory. That was how we were supposed to transport the strike team. That's why it's a city. The strike team would be thousands of elite warriors.
We do have a small army of elite warriors.
If you go there without firing it, you would be blindly groping at the entrance to the throne. I found it on sheer dumb luck.
And if we use the beam to get in, we would be risking big chunks of the moon falling down here.
Yes.
That begs the question, how big is the moon?
Sizable.
Simon, does the moon here work the same as the moon on Earth, where like it rotates, right? Or is it just big chillin' hovering over Rias?
It's not tidally locked, but it is like, oh, it actually is tidally locked.
Yeah, because isn't it stasis right now because of the fucking...
The only thing that's stasis
Quantum
is
shit?
the physical shell of the moon itself is there. The only thing that's stasis out is like just not existing right now is whatever's sitting on the throne.
Wait, so the moon is capable of moving then?
The body is technically.
Oh.
Like it's
Is
not,
that
it's
why
not, it's
the
not able,
eclipse is possible?
it's not able to warp. Okay, so to summarize the whole like moon mechanics of the stuff you do know,
Uh-huh.
the main method of teleportation doesn't exist, because whatever that is, probably whatever the sitting on the throne is, doesn't exist right now because of whatever the fuck Rizori Novus did.
So the throne is empty right now.
If the throne's there at all,
But didn't Gdaefin say she found it? And there was a machine on it?
yes,
So wait a second. If you found it and there was a machine on it, but it can't move, because it's stasised by Novos's ploy, and there's nothing there. What's going on here?
Where's its creator?
I fear the moon has more consciousness than we think. What's hovering above the city, or the world right now, is just functionally a dead body. Bereft of a soul, you could say. That's the only thing that was taken, was drive, consciousness, the spirit. I don't know what it looks like at full operational value.
Well, you witnessed it, did you not? During the war?
I was never up there during the war.
What about from down here?
You'll know it's awake when a large green eye opens up in the center of the moon.
Cute. Super cute.
That's fun.
Big target.
That's what some of the gods thought as well.
Ow! That's my eye! The thing I use to see? And so they were wrong. It wasn't a good target. Is it able to dodge?
It dodges when no one's looking. At full power. It rains these pillars dozens at a time per day. You've seen the power of one. Imagine 30.
Nope, don't like that.
On top of that, the skyships with their machines and their flesh abominations. It's an assault where all you can do is defend. No chance to think or even strategize in some days. No sleep.
Do you think it would be possible to re-engineer the city so that it could get rid of those pillars or kind of defend against those pillars?
I think
instead?
it's possible to re-engineer the city to do whatever we bloody well please. The problem is we don't have time.
Perhaps. Or perhaps maybe you're right in that maybe I underestimate modern technology. Maybe possibilities I didn't think were possible are now. I don't know. Not my project.
Okay. I think one thing we definitely need to plan for is lack of oxygen. It's seeming like it's going to be a better idea to bring the fight to the moon, as well as bringing the island with us to the moon.
How do we do that?
Which one?
The Quantum Island, right?
Well, no, I was talking about the floating island.
Oh.
Same
Yeah,
one.
okay.
I don't have a problem with the idea of the quantum island, but I think everything surrounding the quantum island is still kind of lost on me in terms of like how it could be utilized in this fight.
What will be our defensive strategy down here?
Probably exactly the same as the first time. Just that the 10 are on defense now, as well as the other gods that are aware. And the people will, of course, defend themselves to the best of their ability when that time comes.
So we'll make the city still an offense weapon.
It's on track to being that anyway. What, you think we should repurpose it as a defensive bastion and fit all of Hydegrey in there?
Yeah, kind of maybe float over there to the mainland.
That's no different than being trapped in a cage.
Sorry, I still had that question. I wasn't sure what the answer was because again, we've been The campaign's been going on so long. There's been so much information. I think I've just lost it at some point. When it comes to the constant, the quantum island, what role does that serve again in the fight against the moon? Beside the fact that, like, yeah, Rosario Novos is the reason why it is, like, locked in a stasis right now.
The constant functionally completed the quantum island, so it basically makes the unpredictable movements of it predictable. So it allows you to teleport directly to the moon, like, instantly. Beyond that, I don't think you're sure, but it's probably quicker than flying there via city.
Okay.
Then I suppose the next question is the quantum island. How did that happen? Was that Novos's doing? Was it always quantum?
I've only seen it a handful of times, and never the woman inside, but I see more than just physical now. It's threads connect all of us, in a way. You can't feel it, or even see it most times, but I've lived long enough. Rizori's been split, I suppose. I thought she was dead until I found her again, in a way. One part of her, at least. Her mind, her body, and her soul have been scattered. The body, I think, is within the island.
Correct. We've seen it.
The soul, I think, is within the people on that island. I don't know.
Is that why they're not hostile?
Maybe. The soul is a drive. It's a almost subconscious memory of what a person was.
And you said you didn't know her mind, where her mind is?
No.
We did find a book. And I copied down a spell. But apparently Zero's God consumed it.
I mean, it's in her library. She didn't eat it.
Elena has this book.
I offered it to her. Yes.
I suppose those are the best hands they could be in. That's likely your spellbook.
Novos's.
Yes.
Do you need me to ask for it back?
It'd be interesting to copy some more spells.
We had a hard time getting into it. That's why I don't know. I think when I offered it to her, I didn't anticipate, because I had never offered her anything before. I didn't anticipate the entire book would just disappear. But I remember we'd had a hard time getting into it, right?
Yeah. Like it was, I think you had to physically restrain the book open while Chris copied out a spell inside. And that's where he got, I think, gravity wave from.
Pulse wave.
Pulse wave, that's what it was.
Perhaps it would be useful if our wizard had more access to things of the arcane nature before we destroy magic as it's currently known. Whatever weapons we can utilize would be best.
She specialized in fields of magic that I think mages at the time weren't quite privy on. Gravity and time. And and she was well adept at it.
Time magic seems like a good idea. Could use some more time.
She kind of chuckles herself. I believe one of her actual original spells is actually in circulation.
Time stop.
That would be the one.
Chris used that to like check out the moon, right?
Yeah, I did use it once just to see, and it was kind of like quivering.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Like vibrating.
Trying to escape.
We got confirmation on the island that it's not the fact that the moon shadow is being cast. It has something to do with like a connection being either reestablished or severed during that.
Yeah, so...
Because you can still look at the moon.
Yeah, you can't visibly see the moon very well, though. I believe the reason that the people on the island gave you was that there's been solar eclipses before, but the reason that it didn't reappear before was because the people on the island were looking at what is essentially the big ass pillar that dropped before, and that was big enough to basically serve as a part of the moon.
Right.
They were looking at it the whole time, but during solar eclipses, stuff on the inside starts bashing their way out, and the pillar's about to shatter the next time it happens.
Right.
So they have no means to look at the moon while the eclipse is happening now.
Chris, what if you were able to create some sort of spell that allows us to look at the moon during the eclipse?
Like a portal that you can look into.
Would that work? If we were on the moon during the time of the eclipse, would that count as looking at it? What are the semantics behind this?
Also, not to say, oh, this will be our saving grace, but worst case scenario, if we were like watching the clock and the seconds pass before the moon disappears, I think Simon with Truthseer, what's it called? I have truth?
Yeah.
Would it let me look at the moon while that little window is going of the effects?
Possibly. Y'all might have irreparable eye damage after, but that's just solar eclipse stuff. Not even to do with the moon or the sun. Just like, don't look at the solar eclipse. Possibly. Up to you.
Need special glasses.
I cast 7th level Polarize.
See, that's what I'm saying with Chris here. Could he create something? Because there's been solar eclipses since a lot of us were born, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's got to be some sort of way to mitigate eye damage or be able to see the true form or some combination of those things.
Can always look at it from the other side.
I also should note that the moon in this world moves much slower. So the solar eclipse lasts a little longer.
Interesting.
I think it rotates around the planet twice a year, I think.
Oh, that is really slow.
So
that's 6 times slower than our moon.
Yeah, so the solar eclipse would last days. I just actually thought about that. Now I'm thinking about it.
Right. Would the invasion start the second the shadow starts getting cast? Like the first pixel of it?
You have no idea.
Okay.
You just know that if no one's looking at the moon during the solar eclipse, there is a chance that whatever is driving the invasion would return.
What counts as no one? Because theoretically, if we sent out a receiver to just watch it, a single receiver or a dozen receivers just with the task, we send them out of the atmosphere somehow and just drop them off to float nearby in space with the moon where, theoretically, yeah, they might not really have eyes in which it'd be damaged and they could just look at it within a few miles of it.
Possibly. They are technically alive now.
What if are the other planes near ours? Like physically, like the other planets.
Your kind sort of looks, in a sense. It would still take
Like,
you weeks, if not months, to travel there physically.
is it possible to look at them? Like in the sky?
I've never tried. But I don't see why not.
Perhaps maybe they could look at us while it happens. Although we would have to like convince the hells to look at us.
Oh, the hells are much farther away.
Maybe the water plane.
I haven't quite mapped out what a water plane is in relation to this one.
Well, if the other planes are also somewhere out there among the stars, we... How... What... Would anything even looking in our cardinal direction from way out there, possibly in the beyond, count? How far does vision... What? We have no way of measuring this. Would that
No.
count? How close do we have to be?
I wish I had an answer for you. This isn't... It's hard to be empirical and scientific when monsters are raining on your head.
Yeah, I don't blame you guys for not having the opportunity to do science.
All we know is that it disappears when you're not looking at it. Even blinking is enough for it to move.
And anyone who is looking at it will get blinded by the eclipse.
Can you trust yourself to look at the solar eclipse for days without blinking?
Definitely not.
A receiver could.
A receiver could. Could it?
I mean, even if it wasn't just a single receiver, the receivers could. Not saying let's ride on that, but
It's a possibility that's worth exploring. We won't find out for like 30 days, though.
you have plenty of time to make several different backup plans.
As if we didn't have enough to begin with. And yet, here they are, crumbling in front of us. It kind of seems like the best idea is to get the flower completed and fire the beam.
This should be done sooner than later, because when we step foot on the moon, I don't think we're going to be able to do this job in just one sitting. Like, I don't know that we'll be able to track down the throne and then dethrone this thing. Maybe all in the same day, theoretically, because of how many other creatures are already there waiting for our arrival, in a sense. So we would have to have means of getting there and then getting back home, or at least getting there, seeing what the situation is like, and then coming back home to regroup, bringing supplies and materials. Like, we should probably make a trip to the moon sooner than later.
And if we fire the beam and it has irreparable damage to magic, that makes it harder to destroy its creator or dethrone the thing if it only makes it whole. And also getting back and also fighting and that sort of thing.
So here's an idea then. Good day, Finn. You are one person on the moon. We could be several. Assuming we could breathe, how long do you think we could last out there?
That depends on how good fighters you are.
You've
Yes.
witnessed our heroics.
Yes, but it's not just one or two pillars. It's a whole planet of them. That is their birthplace. Every single army of the invader. Every monstrosity in a vat that is being grown right now is there. How many near-death experiences have you had fighting these invaders?
Well, not every time. Most times. Ugh.
Yes, and
I think it's
that
good.
is one outpost, one group, one foray that they sent out. A finger that touched our home. It would be the reverse. You would be the invaders there, and it would be over time an endless onslaught. And creatures that didn't even show up here during the original invasion.
They have had a lot of time to cook.
It's
I was
poss-
gonna say, I think it is also worth noting that if the corruption, like the virus, has evolved here in that encapsulated form, we might not know or be prepared for what kind of damage it could do from the place it was born.
This is that is why I thought maybe we could turn the city into a defensive thing. Even though it's only 30 days, we would have to kind of recruit like every single greatest mind in the world, including like Gonic Gratz, Kyle, Mondo,
Yeah, and people from
maybe
Narset.
Narset or even Sylnia,
Mhm.
just all working on this thing for the next 30 days. Kind of making like maybe turrets around the city or whatever, just aimed at shooting down pillars or shooting down monsters and that sort of thing. 'Cause if
How
it
will we
had-
know where the pillars will land, though? With how big Hyde Grey is, and that's just one part of our planet, do you really think that a city-sized thing will be able to shoot down more than 2 or 3 pillars that happen to cross its path?
if it's magic, what if we combined it with like the quantum island?
To quantumly locate pillars. If we could do that, we wouldn't have to worry about anything. We could just grab every greatest fighter, send them after the pillars when they land, and destroy them as they land. The problem is the unpredictability.
I think I don't know how down Sylnia would be for this, and we don't need their technology, but here's what I think is going to have to happen before we even consider using the gun or the laser. We're going to have to go to the moon probably at least a week. I would hope more before the eclipse. And it would have to be like a stealth type of mission. Like genuinely no lollygagging, no I don't need to stealth. No, we need to be stealthy so they don't detect us. We need to be able to get a lay of the land, get an idea of what kind of monsters we're facing, and get an idea of where I have to cough, hold on. Of where this throne would be in stealth to see if we can find this machine at the heart of it all. And then make a plan from there once we know what the layout is and we have enough information to go in with surgical precision, because we don't need to make this a bigger fight for ourselves if we can help it. We should, I think, benefit from working smarter, not harder, and getting to the root of the cause rather than shooting down the pillars and shooting these monsters, killing these monsters left and right. We need to just go to the source of what's controlling them first, and put out that bigger fire, and then whatever remains that is just a rogue monster ready to kill us, then we can talk about the laser beam. Because yeah, like Chris said, after we use the beam, our magic might be compromised. We can't start with the beam. We can't go in with the beam first and then approach with magic and just cross our fingers that nothing was fucked beyond repair, because some of us, being Chris and partially Riley, rely a lot on the magic. And if you guys and even, you know, this small legion of gods we have built up to help us here are compromised and lessened, weakened in power in any way, we'll be going on pure manpower and guns and muscles. But again, having to go hand to hand in melee, and even, you know, ranged is fine too, but having to physically be within range of these creatures is what puts the most people in danger. Magic is going to be the best way to take them down, because ideally we could put ourselves in minimal contact with them physically if we run the risk of getting infected. So I think what we're going to have to do is find a way to, well, not find a way, but we're going to have to decide on a way to get to the moon. I was bringing up Sylnia and their technology because I know Sylnia has that ship that is so stealthy. Yeah. And I would imagine technology that was built from the remains of what they found. Although it could be compromising to the mission, it also could be designed for, you know, that atmosphere to travel. And I think we should talk to Sylnia about, you know, letting us have access to it, as well as maybe not bringing it up to Sylnia, but definitely bringing the, what are they called? I always forget their name. The robots.
The receivers?
Yeah, the receivers. Letting the receivers have access to it so they can learn about it and probably teach it something. I know that they had said that there was some level of consciousness to it last we checked, because it was screaming is what they said.
Yeah, something like that.
And I want them to have access to it so they can make peace of that. But we could ask Sylnia nicely somehow, or have to make another stupid fucking deal, I guess, about borrowing it to travel on the moon. So again, we don't have to travel by foot, and we don't have to be hand to hand with these things, because right now this whole first run of the mission should just be collecting information. It should just be getting a lay of the land, making a map, making the best path to get to the throne the fastest. And then from there we build a plan. We decide who the strike team's going to be. We figure out what equipment we need to commission from the Atneys or whoever the fuck to go there, you know, without needing oxygen and stuff like that. I just definitely think we should take a trip to the moon weeks in advance of the actual eclipse to prepare for a fight there, because I think we could make this a lot easier on ourselves and go through less spells like faster and go through less lives if we just take it to the moon before the battle begins. And anything surrounding a backup plan would then revolve around defense. And the laser.
I want to look at Godeafin's reaction to this.
She spotted a pretty bird that says outside, and she's just sipping on tea.
Yeah, okay.
Super tip.
Insight check?
Make an insight check.
Yeah.
She's listening, but you gather that, to put it in layman's terms, not her monkey anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to get a lay of the land of the moon, and I would like to make a team.
We're assembling a team.
We should all each of us should put together a team without telling, and then we should all come together.
Like an NFL draft.
Yeah.
Like an NFL draft, or like a hear me out cake. We just show up with a list of people that were like, this guy really impressed me. Let's
The
draft
apocalypse.
this guy.
The apocalypse coming, Chris. So fantasy football, right?
Bling, bling. Hey, Myrowin, it's been 3 years. You want to go to the moon?
What do I?
Chris's team. Chris's squad. Ellie's squad.
And then also having to keep in mind that some of the squad needs to stay here, because, like, not the team that we assembled, but having a hometown team.
I think we could probably put Merrick on hometown team.
Oh yeah, him and
Gary,
God, I
for
always
sure.
fucking forget her name.
What, Marin?
Yeah, Marin. I do think at some point it would be beneficial. I've said this last session, but it's just been so much time since then. We need to get the attention of the Platinum Council, like within the next few days, I think.
Is that's with Obethus, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because as of right now, they've been out of the loop, and like I'm not saying I don't think we need anything from them, but I also don't know what they have that we could utilize, and they also need to be made aware, or at least we need to know what they know, so the people can be made aware.
What about the leadership in Haura?
I don't know anything about Howard.
Oh, you mean the slavers?
Is there not a Howran government?
There is. It's over here.
Oh. Away from the wilderness.
Yeah. Living in their fucking fancy ass castles on a secluded island.
The Archon sipping tea as if she wasn't the one to institutionalize this.
Wait, I don't know her history with Howard.
She's the previous leader.
Oh my god.
She was literally the king
She's
1,000
part of
years
the
ago.
slavery problem?
She created the slavery problem.
Oh my god, why have we been being so nice and respectful to her? That's
You are-
crazy.
You are.
Oh, is that
cool.
what she was referring to when she says that she became a monster?
Yes, because
Okay,
she used slave labor to make the Dusamar project happen.
Ooh. See, I think I skipped that day of class. I'm sorry. guys.
Yeah, that's
Oh my
that's the
God.
bloody horrific history of this,
Yeah.
and that's why they were fucking liberated by the first king of Rias, because it was genuine slavery.
Yeah. Like,
It was
everyone
like
liked the guy. Everyone knew why he did it. He was lauded as a hero, because he is.
yeah,
He also doomed the planet, but he didn't know that, probably. Yeah. Necessary evil or oppressive garbage? Both, possibly. And now here she is, sipping on tea.
in her nice little Feywild garden,
Yeah.
free from all the consequences except the ones that she bore to begin with.
She hasn't had a good night's sleep in 1,000 years.
Elves don't sleep. It's not a problem for her.
She hasn't had a good night's meditation in 1,000 years.
Oh no!
Oh no.
The weight of her sins.
Yep.
Wait, who is the current leader now?
Uh,
No. Oh, I know.
Have we
But,
ever-
yeah.
Have we ever heard of them on the mainland?
almost certainly. We could. This is like a fucking DC5 history check. Simon,
Would you
make
like
the
to-
command.
Who would like to make a history check to see who the current leader of Howard is?
I'll roll.
Not I said the cat.
Hey, look, Riley knows.
Okay. Yeah, Chris, you're not super familiar with Howard politics. You know history. You know, like, the stuff that happened before, but, like, currently? Right, you lived in the fucking country. You're away
Yeah.
from the main thing, but, like, you've been to Tridia. Or Tritea. Both are cool. You heard the name, Soren Trinfe kicking around. The second leader, technically, of Howrah.
Is Gadaif in the history books?
Yeah.
Oh, she is. Okay.
The name's been omitted, mostly. But,
Oh, so
yeah.
her deeds have been recorded, but not her name.
deeds, yeah. She
Okay.
just called the Archon of Hara, mostly.
I see. So that dude's been in power ever since she fucking abdicated?
Yeah.
Wow.
The dude's also old as balls by now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Even for
yeah.
elf
He's
leaders.
not like a druid.
No, well, that you're aware of.
But that's not her monkey anymore.
Nope.
Her
Sipping
monkey
tea.
is sipping tea. Yeah.
Sipping tea. Ooh, look, pretty bird. Oh, look, that butterfly just got eaten by a flower.
Wow, that flower just turned into a monkey. Maybe that should be my monkey.
Oh, look, a satyr.
We haven't actually run into any of them, like, in the mainland, have we?
You've met the Professor Quarren.
Yeah, but wait, was he a satyr or was he a fucking minotaur?
He's a satyr.
Oh.
You've been plain hobbing.
How many Minotaur have we met other than the one in the Silverwood and then the one in on the pirate island?
Library.
Oh, okay. So there was one that we met in Sonia. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Academy librarian, whose name I don't remember off the top of my head, but yeah.
Were any of them hot?
I mean, that's up to you, man.
Whatever.
Somewhere, George McFunkin is funking it up.
No Evil Part
Maybe
2 still on
somewhere.
board.
Maybe somewhere in Sylnia.
We have to recruit the one-shot characters. We just can't tell them about the dragon.
Yeah, they all work for the Academy for their own reasons. George McFarlane
remember-
can absolutely fuck anything up as long as they're in a 30-foot line.
Remember that we also have a Deirdre that we need to assign to a squad?
That's true.
We don't even know if she completed her mission. It's probably time to fucking rip that band-aid off.
Simon, you need to let us know when you're ready for us to talk when you're ready for us to talk to Deirdre.
I know what happened to Deirdre.
Yeah, but are
I
you
know,
ready
I'm
to
saying, are
fucking...
you- Right.
So do like a little European babushka voice.
It doesn't matter how
that
accurate
works.
it is.
That works.
Oh, it's up to you. I've
Yeah, it's
stopped
time-
giving shits now.
It's time to fucking contact Deirdre. I don't know if we can reach her from the Feywild, but once we get the fuck out of here... What were we just previously discussing? The slave trade, what? Oh, yeah, right. What Archon Gadaefin actually does. Yeah, she was in here previous. Or maybe she was elsewhere, but this is what resulted from her actions.
Yeah, everything you hate about Hara,
Her fault.
the person your person you're sitting next to is the progenitor of it.
What was the last thing we discussed? Something about
Plans
sending in a
for,
team. Yeah.
plans for how to use the Thunderhead.
And, well, also that, and then... Oh, fuck. My headphones. No.
And Bone was never heard from again.
No, I'm fine. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Sending a strike team as a stealth mission. Is there any other information we want to extract out of her?
How do you make the tea?
I grow it myself. One of the few hobbies I kept.
So wait, did you create this strain of plant then?
Yes.
Guys, what if we gave... Isn't there like a... Because Jana invented weed, right?
Yeah.
Jana discovered weed. What if we gave the Archon the single nug that we have at the dragon? We gave her the last nug that we ever made, we ever have, and we give it to the Archon, and it changes her whole worldview.
Whoa, man. I can't believe how wrong I've been this whole time. Dude.
What if we just give the nug to the enemy? Kind of like how Kendall Jenner gave a Pepsi to the cops.
Holy shit, I can't believe we solved police brutality.
Just give the enemy aquamarine, the spice dust.
Yeah, we give them the pocket sand.
just flick some fucking powders in her eyes and she'll be alright.
Whoa, greater restoration.
What if I asked someone in Narset? Because we're pretty on good terms with Narset by now. What if we asked somebody to make us a lot of that, and then we just like, kind of like the helicopters that help to put out like the forest fires and shit. They just drop like all that water over the surrounding area. We just crop dust the moon with cocaine. We just make them trip balls, and it'll give us a head start in the fight.
You pocket sand the big ass eye that shows up on the moon and it just starts.
Ah, that's my eye. The thing I use to see.
It just vibrates uncontrollably and shakes apart into dust.
Okay, here's what we have to do when it opens its eye. We have to spin around it really fast, and then it will explode and drop a blue coin.
Also consider, we find the seam of the eye, like right now, today, and we just flex tape that bitch. We just flex tape that bitch
You
closed.
think you're gonna open? Nope.
Fuck. Phil Swift himself holding the lid shut on the eye of the moon.
I prevented a lot of damage.
We go inside and we give it conjunctivitis.
Oh.
You just bend one of its eyelashes back into itself.
Give the moon
Sphere
pink eye.
inside out. I like to think that we're saying all of this in character.
Gadathan is just checked out, mentally checked out anyway.
She's been for the past 1,000 years.
He started sucking directly from the teapot after these guys started.
Do we have any alcohol on us?
That was kind of
my.
Jana's thing.
Yeah, but I feel like I've adopted it as my own at some point.
Let me see if I
Sounds like we keep it going.
Look at Janice thing. Alcoholism and weed.
Yeah, if Jana can have weed, I can steal a little bit of alcohol.
Are you really an adventuring party in D&D if you don't just have some random bottle of wine you took from somewhere?
I have a lunchbox with croissants.
So, why did you pick that up?
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I wanted croissants.
I'm assuming that you picked it up pretty early, in which case you had a lunchbox with croissants. Now you have a lunchbox with mold in the shape of croissants.
You have one box. One single box.
It was after I got Tannen's hair.
What?
It was after I picked up Tannen's hair.
Oh, so that was... Would that have been a year ago or a week ago?
Yes.
A couple,
Yes.
a couple of weeks ago.
Fucking lunchbox. Oh,
Do you know that bread goes stale really fast?
Yeah, like days.
I have a hard chicken nugget.
It was already hard by the time you picked it up.
Dude, you should just give this to fucking Xodiacs. She can fucking use it as, like, fertilizer.
Doing spring cleaning D&D inventory would be pretty fun, I think. Just being like, I random severed hand. I don't want to remember picking this up.
You want this bag of bees?
This bag of dead bees.
Oh, I still have... No, I don't have a bag of bees anymore. No.
Who inherited the scorpion on the stick?
That was Jada.
Well, I think it's probably on her
inherited.
statue.
Yeah, it probably is.
So there's just like a fucking nice, cool, cute little statue, and then there's a live scorpion just dangling from a stick.
Oh, that thing has been dead for ages.
She's dead by now.
You can resurrect it, it's fine.
The scorpion died with Jana, but like in a poetic way.
It's sitting there doing little pinchy pinches in the air.
The soul of the scorpion is in one of the robots now.
One of the robots is just doing little pinchy pinches in the air.
I have outfitted myself with a tail that ejects venom. I believe this to be a fun exercise.
You read its mind and all it says is just pinchy pinch. Is there anything else you would like to ask Archon Arema Gdaven?
I mean, Gdaven, won't you just come with us? I mean, what are you doing out here that's much different? If you're just drinking tea and enjoying yourself while you have time, that's fine. You could do that on our dragon. You could make a little pocket dimension on the dragon and you can just hang out there with us. Think of yourself as a chaperone to the madness of what you see as wasted effort. Understandably so. It would be beneficial to us if you just oversaw when you had time and you were a very hard person to find with intentionally, but I don't know.
Think of it as entertainment.
Right, and also consider, you said all of your friends are gone. All of your friends are gone. Have you tried making new friends? Because you're sitting at a table of them potentially right now.
Make a persuasion check.
Think about it, Gdaven.
I'm gonna use my fucking inspiration.
You help us
if I
get
have
through
to.
this? It doesn't matter what happened in your past.
I'm using my inspiration if I have to.
And the after party will be awesome.
Ooh. I don't know if I'm
that's
gonna get any better than that.
You have a 5% chance to do better, and I don't think it's worth risking.
I don't think it does either. I'll take it.
Okay, 20. She kind of just removes her lips from the mouth of the teapot, and just kind of looks you dead in the eyes, Zero, expressionless. She takes a couple of tea leaves, so just dips her fingers into the tea itself and pulls out these dried, like bright yellow, stark yellow leaves, and just kind of crushes them in her hands into powder, and just sprinkles it on the floor. Between the cracks of the tile they were standing on grows a white lily, and then the white lily kind of grows arms made of leaves and roots and just pulls itself up out of the thing, out of the tiles, and just grows a thin torso made of like a stem, and then 2 legs made of roots, and just kind of stands to about the size of where Janum used to stand, actually, about gnome size.
Oh my god!
Has no face. It's just like a large lily head, white petaled and everything. You see the some like pistils and stamens just kind of sticking up from the center, just emitting a slight sweet pollen. Remigdafen just looks at the flower creature. That's Lily. If you need to contact me, talk to her.
Does Lily like little treats?
Soil.
Can Lily do tricks?
Oh.
Can you do tricks?
He can do too many tricks. Please don't ask him that. He laid waste to an entire city because he thought it would be funny.
Riley said, please don't ask him that. Please don't tap on the glass.
Please don't tap on the glass. No photos when you're taking, like, no flash photography.
One day I'll find Egg again.
It will be mine. 'Twas ordained in fate.
Chris's only real goal this whole time has been to outlive the woman he gave Egg to. So he can reclaim Egg.
That's the only thing I criticism. Everything else is a side quest. That's the real thing.
My soul is imbued with it now.
My soul
will
cannot
look
have
at-
peace unless there's Egg in my life.
I
Damn,
will.
that's bad timing. Them prices.
I will look to Gdaithan and I will nod and say thank you. Can I, if Lily is like Jana size, can I put my hand out? Does she have a little hand to hold?
As you put a hand out, her whole body is kind of made of like leaves and like the stem of a plant, and then little root legs. As you kind of extend a hand out, she extends her leafy arm, and it kind of splits into 5 like digited fingers, I guess. And it's kind of very softly grips you. It's very soft, very delicate.
Okay, so she's like very lightweight. She's a flower, walking flower.
Yeah, you could pick her up with one hand and be not
Oh, okay.
encumbered.
I'm gonna pick her up with one hand. I'm gonna put her on my shoulders. I'm gonna sit her on my shoulders.
Yeah, and as you do that, like the roots kind of entwine around your neck. She could strangle you if she wanted to.
Yeah.
Strangle you with all the strength of a 2-year-old hopped up on some fucking fruit gushers.
Please, nobody. I'm gonna look at Chris, and I'm gonna point at him in his dumb face, and I'm going to say to him, and I'm also gonna look at Claudine. I'm gonna point to her face, and I'm gonna say to both of them, don't either of you give her anything at all. I don't care.
Water?
I'll make sure she gets water and soil and sunlight. Don't give her nothing.
She does have a taste for small rodents as well.
Muskrats?
That's a viable substitute.
What does Claudine do when I say that? Is Claudine invisible?
Yeah.
Alright.
She slowly puts away the flask that she has, that you know is full of hard liquor.
Claudine would somehow find a way to make the flower fat.
Yeah. Fucking sugar water, too much of it.
She gives the flower diabetes.
Fucking this little thin little flower thing with like double hip pumps. Gideon sort of rests one head on her hand. Is that all you require from me today?
It would seem so.
Today? Yeah, I think so.
One last thing. Well, only last thing from me. I want to confront the Platinum Council in the near future. I know you don't probably have too much concern with the politics of the mainlands and things like that, but do you know anything that could help us?
I don't know anything specific about the Platinum Council simply because they weren't around when I was relevant. One of them... I don't know which one. One of them isn't who they say they are.
Oh.
There's a fake on the council?
You could say that.
Could it be Rosari?
I don't know that name, but maybe.
The one who wanted to go with the warehouse stuff.
The one with dealings in Sylnia.
Yeah.
I still wonder to this day something we were told very early on in the campaign, beware of the silver-tongued. And I never deduced who that was referring to. I mean, it could be referring to anybody at this point, but I'm saying.
It was Zal told us to beware the silver tongue. And it would probably one of the wait. Hold on a second. What do we know about ranks in the Platinum Council?
I mean, I guess we made a history check, I guess.
When have you make a history check?
I'll do it.
Who has the best history? I got 5.
Oh, yours is better than mine.
Is Chris's better than mine?
I do have. Yeah, well, yeah, I think maybe.
Yeah, go for it. Good call.
Okay. Yeah, you know a little bit about the... Like, you know the specific dealings of everything they've done, but you know the big general makeup of the government structure in the Platinum Council. They are a council. Like, they are a group of 7 people. They are technically directly working under the king, King Burharsido. They're supposed to just advise, mostly, and run, like, the day-to-day. From what you know, the king hasn't really been doing much. So most of the responsibility has fallen onto the Platinum Council as of late. So they hold more power than they would have years past. There are 7 seats in the Platinum Council, each governing a specific subsect of the government. And there's only 6 spots, sorry. The king is one of the spots, so 7. 7 spots, 1 is the king.
Do I know the names of the people currently in there?
You know, I would say you know 1, because
Nyla Rosari is one of them, yeah.
That's the one. She would be head of warfare.
Yeah.
The other seats would be head of secrets, which is sounds like the spy master, head of commerce, head of infrastructure, head of community, and head of knowledge. I would say you don't have a whole lot of dealings with the other 5 people on the council. So you wouldn't really know their names. But those are the seats of the Platinum Council. And the head of council seat, which is just the king.
Nothing regarding silver in there, okay. So then the silver tongue is probably either Tannen or
You're saying not to trust Tannen?
No, because we already cleared him like 3 times. We even signed shit, and he didn't like fucking magically bind us.
Oh, but he does like to keep a lot of secrets, so maybe he's in the chair of secrets.
He could be. But he also freely fucking gives us information that we want. He also genuinely likes us.
That we think.
Well, he can't lie out of getting his fucking mind read.
Right, I'm like, we've read his mind at some point. If he had ulterior motives, I would think that would be the time it would come out.
So I don't think it's him. I think it's who's her face?
Liz?
Yeah, Lizra.
Yeah.
But we've already done dealings with her, so we probably
Yeah.
bypassed.
And we
whatever
don't
fucking-
trust her, so.
Well, I mean, we can trust that we can't trust her.
Yeah.
We know what her shtick is, though. She is a greedy fucking corporate CEO. She wants more. She doesn't want to get fucking taxed, and so she's building a fucking giant floating city to go get away from taxation.
I also find it like a little bit alarming. Like I get she's no, this isn't modern day where they have like, fucking detailed security detail with them everywhere. But for being so rich, she's very unarmed. It seems. Like she
Well,
might just be a mortal human lady, and the time I've met with her in private, she does have like I'm sure a couple of guns in the office with her, but it would be very easy for us to kill her, it seems.
yes, and she knows that, actually. That's probably what the silver tongue is, actually. She can speak her way out of a death situation. And that's why she's so scary. Because she said, the second we fucking confronted her, her first words were, "You may either kill me or strike a deal with me, not both."
I could teleport 10 in here right now.
We don't need to do that.
One,
At that point, you would just be flexing at that point.
yeah, and also this is the Feywild, not our home plane.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? That's a great
I
question.
can still do that.
If we're on the
Stop.
Feywild right now, do we know where our planet is from here?
Honestly, ever since the moon started dropping pillars on us, I haven't really taken much an interest in astronomy. You're welcome to figure that out, but daytime and nighttime don't really exist in the Feywild.
I'm gonna take out Zoom Zoom and I'm gonna fucking scan the sky.
Sure. It is currently like an evening sky from where you are right now. It's like the sky's already wacky. Like you don't really see any stars, but it's like moving, almost like a living up like Picasso in a way. It's just kind of shifting like a parking lot oil slick into like this this bright orange and this dark purple. And they're just kind of mixing. They're not really blending, they're mixing. Like oil and water, they're clashing, and it's a very strange effect. Make what the fuck's astronomy? Make an intelligence check, raw intelligence, because I don't think they're really trained in anything that would be astronomy wise. Okay. You spot a star actually through the sky. Very dim. You're not sure what star that is. You're not sure if it's one you can see from your home planet, or if that is your home planet. You kind of stare at it through the glass ceiling. There's usually like some movement you can track between the horizon and the distance from that to the star itself to see like where you are, pole-wise to the rest of the planet. You know this trick from general navigation, but sea navigation where you have no landmarks for days, sometimes weeks at a time. Very useful. You discern that you are not moving at all. That star has not moved in the past couple minutes, not even a fraction of an inch of a centimeter. It's just locked in place. You don't think that the landmass you're on is rotating or moving at all.
Well, I think I know why there's no day-night cycle here. We seem to be frozen.
Something to that effect.
Maybe time works differently there.
Time does seem to be a little strange in the Feywild. It's stabilized while you're in my garden, but I would be wary if you travel anywhere else.
What happens if we break this glass?
You'll be forcing me to make repairs. And the wind would get in.
That's it?
That's glass. Nothing special about it.
So what's special about this area that we're in then?
It's mine.
Meaning,
She kind of just taps one finger to the glass as you see all the foliage on the other side turns to just this bright orange and then kind of shifts to a deep green and kind of just gradients between the two slowly, like a breathing rhythmic breathing, I suppose. Just orange and then green, then orange, then green. She draws a pattern in the glass itself. You don't see anything from her fingertips, but you see clouds of insects, multicolored, scintillating, glossy shells on the backs of beetles move in the same patterns as her fingers. I can't really explain it much better. It's mine.
How did we
so you can
become
just
more-
claim parts of the Feywild?
Not without some resistance.
Riley's gonna look around. Is there like a body of water anywhere?
With your perception? Not really. It's not from your current view. She's getting the water from somewhere to make tea, but you're not sure. From where you are currently stood, you don't see a body of water.
Oh, there goes that plan.
We got
If
fish.
that's area anywhere. No, I was gonna try and make it mine.
Anything else?
And
you require?
so, I suppose it doesn't much matter. Not relevant to the task at hand.
You may as well ask, since I'm in such a conversating mood.
Yeah, you probably don't get too many visitors. Alright then, sure. Since this place is yours now, what, it just behaves normally?
It behaves as I need it to. The Feywild is... It's untamed in a sense, but also very organized in another. Much like wandering into your own woods. It's dangerous and unknown, but once you make a clearing, you can establish your own rules. And my pocket is not the only one. There are cities beyond this, each with their own ruling caste, small towns around it, all with their own sets of rules and stigma and customs.
That's not super surprising. Wait a second. Okay, this is going to sound insane. But as an absolute last resort, what if we just relocated the people of Hydegray to the different planes?
In theory possible, but that would be millions dead on both sides. The plains are populated, and they don't take very well to outsiders.
True, that's becoming an invader ourselves.
You'd be trying to fit the entire population of a town into a single house. One that was already occupied.
So what I'm hearing from this entire debacle is that while it is very possible for us to dispatch the enemy and come out the other end, there is no scenario in which sacrifices are not made.
That seems to be the gist of it. Yes.
Alright, yeah, we just need to decide what to sacrifice now then.
It's that brutal arithmetic that led me down the road of a tyrant.
And see, the fact that you understand what it was and did not wish to continue is the reason we respect you.
I would have continued.
But you didn't. And you're not going to.
I couldn't. The rebellion happened, and then the courts were already turning against me.
Well, that situation was lose-lose. So too might ours be. But I think that we can have lesser losses than the enemy.
You say that now. It's not so easy once you have to tally everything up. Are you willing to reduce lives, people's hopes and dreams, ambitions, and everything they are into numbers on a page?
I'll turn to the group. It's pretty much that. Or do we let the enemy win, and we all die and suffer? Which is better?
I'm still trying to figure that out myself.
The enemy will be destroyed.
For your sake, I hope you're right. He kind of just taps the teacup to the table a little bit. Are there any final inquiries you'd like to make of the Archon before you are shunted out of this plane?
Riley is done.
I'm done. I'm gonna look at the Claudine.
I'm looking at Zia.
I'll ask, do you like me?
You find the length of the room begins to widen as the Archon just stares, no answer, as you are... she becomes a minuscule speck in the distance, the glass panes lengthening and widening to impossible lengths before it all snaps back into the right dimensions, but now you're on the other side of the portal. As the portal, the leaves begin to wither and die around it, leaving just fragmented and dried husks as they fall away. The connection between your plane and her plane slowly narrowing until it's no more, and you're found just in a field of fresh-smelling grass. Clear sky above you. The moon barely visible in the sunlight through the blue sky. Claudine
Wait,
looks to you all.
it wasn't fucking, wait, what, hold on, what time of day is it?
It was like noon by the time you got there.
And it's now what?
It's about like an hour past.
Okay, so time dilation is standard.
You said that it was stabled roughly while you were in her garden.
Okay. You said Claudine something?
Claudine's like, as you're looking at Claudine, Claudine turns toward you. I don't really know who that was, so I just don't really want to say anything. So no, I don't have any questions.
It's fair.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was Archon Araima Gedeafin, the first leader of Haura.
I wish that's okay. I believe you.
She's got like weird druid shit going on. She should be super dead, but they, druids can stop aging or whatever it is that they do.
What are Nyx's thoughts?
She's still sipping on the tea. We're not sure where she got that teacup from, because...
Fucking thieves.
Yeah. But she took a teacup with her. Kind of sipping on tea, but she didn't really say anything. She just kind of looking around.
And it probably wasn't an hour. Turn to Zia. Should still be under tongues.
Zia sort of kind of still staring at the grass. The wind kind of blowing her curly hair a little bit in the breeze. Carrying a scent of fresh grass to your nose. She just kind of still staring at the floor. I don't know how much comfort that was to know at this thing of my affliction.
Affliction, she
Originates
says?
from- yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. Well, I should think it's more comfort than not at the very least, even if the margins are small. Instead of having to ask yourself what it is, now you know. It's a small victory. We take small victories.
Now I know it is a. I was. Part of me was hoping that it was something like some curse or spell, ancient something, but now it's so much grander than that.
But not unattainable.
It did get me thinking, what if the creator of whatever was in the moon, supposed to be on that throne, was tainted by the fangs of McCoolkang instead. And became more of like the opposite of Zia.
Something that dies over and over.
It's almost reminiscent of what Biospawn is and that sort of thing.
I'm not sure I follow.
Or rather, consumption of things rather than give life to things.
But the Archon already explained that it's the throne of consumption. It's already that. That and McCulkane are like essentially two sides of the same coin. Same concept, different execution.
Yeah, but we don't know the creator of like the moon and that sort of thing.
Do we know? I guess we don't. What if it's the same cat thing? I know the name of the cat, right? We heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am going to attempt to send to it.
Oh.
Okay.
Something of the 9 trillion lives, I forgot.
Artois Lu.
Artois Lu, of the 9 trillion lives, I will attempt to send to it and ask.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh no, I'm decent at those. I don't feel like that's going to be enough.
Okay, what were you saying?
I'm going to ask, how many planets did you create? Send a message.
Okay. So you send the message. Your vision goes black. You're not sure what happened.
Okay. Can I still hear?
Not really.
Hmm.
The rest of you, as you're seeing this, you just watch Riley cast a spell, and then he immediately, all of the orifices in his face explode in blood, and he just falls. Riley, you're at 0 hit points.
Okay.
Was this reminiscent to what happened to me with McCool King?
No, not really. You just fell unconscious and your soul got shunted somewhere. Riley just exploded in gore.
I'd
Guys,
like to
Riley. I don't know what
I'd
happened
like to
Riley.
use my healer feat. I don't know how much I can do for you, brother.
I'm not 0 hit points. I'm not dead.
You're not dead, but you are at 0 hit points. Speaking of, make a death saving throw.
Cool.
You are an able
Cool.
physician, allowing you to mend wounds quickly and get your allies back in the fight. You gain the following benefits when you use a healer's kit to stabilize a dying creature. That creature also regains 1 hit point. As an action, you can spend 1 use of a healer's kit to tend to a creature and restore 1d6 plus 4 hit points to it, plus additional hit points equal to the creature's maximum number of hit dice. The creature can't regain hit points from this feat until it finishes a long or short rest. Yeah, I'm going to use a healer's kit to try to heal my boy.
Yeah. The most you can really do, because you're not sure what the woundage is, like staunch the bleeding in his ears and his eyes. Which you do, and you just kind of like shove these little bandages into here, like put them in the cotton balls, and like just try to stop the bleeding. It's weirdly easy. Like the moment you touch it, it's like the wounds you think are there just kind of close up. But Riley, you're conscious again.
I'm at 1 hit point.
Yep.
No, use HP. I return him to 1 HP, but as an action, you can spend 1 use of the healer's kit to tend to a creature and restore 1d6 plus 4 hit points to him.
Are you doing that, or are you just restoring the 1 HP?
I guess I'll do the 1 HP.
Okay, yeah. So Riley, you are conscious with 1 hit point.
Holy shit. What happened?
You actually, Riley,
give me a second.
you actually feel fine.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't feel any pain or anything. You're just kind of wet around the ears, and there's like cotton balls in your ears for some reason.
Oh. Hey, guys, what happened? Why am I drenched in... Oh, God, that's my blood, isn't it?
You collapsed and exploded.
Riley, make a perception check.
Yeah. My passive is literally better than that.
Okay, what's your passive?
27? 27.
Okay. You're looking at your own blood. Like the viscera that's poured out of you for some reason. Your blood is moving. Not ooze-like, but like... You see tiny little hands made of blood rising out of them. And they're trying to like crawl out. Like pull themselves free. Unsuccessfully because they're viscous and they're small, but... It's like your blood is... birthing something.
And I feel fine.
You feel fine. You're totally okay.
I'm gonna let this happen.
Okay. Yeah, as the blood on your clothing and on the floor and on the grass are just very subtly shifting as these tiny hands trying to pull themselves free out of the blood. But the blood itself is pretty viscous and it's keep getting pulled back in.
Something's trying to emerge from that. What was I doing before I passed out? Something about a lot of lives, trillions. The cat thing, right? So I guess this is its way of rejecting me.
Either that or it's the mind is you need a powerful mind.
What, you're saying my mind isn't powerful enough?
Maybe your will or soul.
You know what? I'm going to blame it on the fact that it's a cat. Those cats are always thwarting me.
Cat, natural enemy of fish.
And yet, cat girl girlfriend.
It's meant to be.
So wait, he feels fine?
Yeah.
Like, all of the blood in his body didn't just fucking escape?
It may have, but you don't feel the ill effects of it for some reason. You're still 1 hit point, but
Right.
yeah.
No, I'm gonna watch this happen. I'm curious to see what happens. Actually, before I continue, I'm gonna try healing myself. Just with healing word.
Okay.
First level. Do I heal at all?
Add a 0 to the end of that.
A 0?
Mhm.
Heal for 80?
Yep.
Okay.
Did you cast first level healing word?
Yeah.
You cast healing word, and for some reason it feels supercharged out of nowhere. Like you cast it normally, first level, it's fucking nothing. Just like just to replenish your blood, and then there's like this weird warmth inside of your brain that just closes immediately, and then it almost suits itself shut.
Guys, do I look like I have bite marks anywhere?
Do I see bite marks?
You can both make either perception or investigation checks.
Investigation. Oh,
Did medicine work with this too?
I'd say so, yeah, if you'd like to. Okay, I'll say you both find different things. Let's start with Chris first. You investigate Riley's eyes and his ears and his nose, everything that was exploded. You don't have a whole lot of medical training or experience, but you've read textbooks. You know of the human body, the anatomy, like the general mechanics of the organic machine that we call our physical form and how it works. You surmise that every blood vessel in Riley's brain just exploded at once. Like all of them. It's amazing he's alive, but in that same instance, they closed up instantly, they're reformed. He has no ill effects of any internal hemorrhaging at all anymore. 0. As you're sort of investigating Riley's body, he's just full TSA, T-posing, just making sure there's nothing around. You see very soft little pinpricks in the back of his neck, a lot of them. There's someone put 24 staple holes in his neck. There's soft little indent in the back of his neck, but they're slowly receding until it's just flush with the skin now.
I'm going to tell him what I see.
Okay, that's fascinating.
That's so crazy. It's just it's out of character. Just like Michael King had his fucking bug. He had a fucking worm, didn't he? Like a tiny worm out here on the material plane.
Yeah, it was like a tiny pinprick.
That's crazy.
So this is how they fucking communicate, huh? I'm gonna turn to Zia. Was there anything like that? Do you remember when you died the first time?
No, just dreams. A large cat in the sky. Then I just woke up.
Does Riley remember having any sort of out of body experience.
Like ever? Or like during that,
Or during this episode.
no, you just passed out, woke up.
Suddenly my magic is way more potent. Maybe it was a fluke. I'll try again. I will try Healing Word at level 1 again.
Okay. Alright, you heal 8 hit points.
Okay. No, that one... That one restored a regular amount of vitality. What is going on here? Did I get a one-time boost and waste it? I suppose time will tell.
Want to send to him again?
Fuck. What did I roll on my wisdom save? I rolled a 7.
It's yeah, you rolled 12 total, yeah.
I'll turn to Zia. Do you think it's worth trying again?
She kind of looks... Yeah, you are resilient, but depends on what we are doing after.
What does she mean by doing after?
Do you think we are safe in this forest? Where are we going?
Yeah,
Are we staying here?
Oh no, we have other business. And Riley's also going to turn back to the blood that's outside and the fucking arms trying to get out. Is there more stuff happening there?
They're slinking away. Like a slug would. They're
into the forest.
they're fleeing, yeah.
His blood?
Yeah.
I'm going to
Ew.
try reading the mind of the blood.
Sure. Make wisdom saving throw.
Fuck. Okay, that's a little better.
Okay. Your nose bleeds a little bit. Not enough to do damage, but you feel your nose bleed. Come out your nostril, solidify, and then begin groping around your mouth like a hand. It formed a hand. It's now like moving around, and it's like trying to find something, but it's just randomly feeling around. There's not really a mind there. It's just alive. No thoughts. It's just almost like an animal just going on instinct. Normally, you can't even read the minds of animals that are too dumb, but it's just, I don't know. It's like sentient enough that you can, but it's just... It's like reading the mind of an amoeba, almost.
I'm going to try picking up the thing that just fucking spawned from my nose.
Yeah, you pull it, and it elongates a little bit, like one of those sticky hands, and then just snaps in it, like, it's in your hand, and it's kind of wriggling around, almost like a leech.
I'm going to take a fish out and just put it near it.
Okay. Then put a fish up. Dead fish?
Yeah.
Okay. As you put it near it, it kind of gropes around and just latches onto the fish, and you can feel it kind of trying to pull away from your fingers. It's not very strong, so you can hold onto it if you wanted to.
No, I'll let it let it do whatever it's going to do with the fish.
Sure. You let go, and it begins to like latch onto the face of the fish. It kind of goes into the mouth, and then just kind of disappear from view. 3 seconds pass, and the fish begins to flop, and like it begins to moisten and begins to like wriggle out of your hand.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and it's just kicking around on the floor if you're letting it go.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's just flopping around like a fish would. There's no water, so it's going to die if you
Yeah,
don't
it's
save it.
gonna die. Okay, can I like scoop up the other hands?
You can try. You can try to
Yeah,
find
I'm
them
gonna
again.
try. I'm gonna try and find the slug hands, and I'm gonna try and put them in the bag of holding.
Sure. Make a general perception check to see how many you can find before, they all go to ground, disappear forever. All of them, I guess. You gather about 8 of them. Some of the splatters melted together into larger conglomerations, but they're all about the same size as that slug that formed out of your nose. You get about 8 of these little writhing little weird blood hands pulling themselves across the floor in grass blades.
I'm gonna put one in the bag of holding.
Sure.
I'm gonna leave it there for like a minute. And then I'm gonna take it out. Is it still moving?
As you pull it out, it's no longer red. It's turned to like this blue coloration, and it's just limp.
Okay, so they need to be oxygenated. I guess that answers that question. I think I did get bitten, but it didn't make me an immortal. I think it made my blood be able to revive things. So now we have 7 blood slugs. Who wants a blood slug?
I'm good.
If I'm dying, I'll let you know.
Well, I can't keep it in my bag of holding. It'll die.
Feed it to Lily.
Lily can have a blood slug.
Okay, as Lily is still latched around like Zero's neck, you give Lily a blood slug.
Yeah.
Okay. You put it in between like where Lily's head would be, possibly. You put it around the roots, maybe. Up to you.
Doesn't matter where.
Okay. You just slap it on Lily somewhere, and it begins to crawl towards, I think probably the head, and begins to slink its way into the center of the flower.
All right.
Lily just, she's there.
Nothing happens.
You look inside Lily's head, and you see this blood slug was kind of sitting inside there, just nestling.
All right, well, that's its home now. I'm going to put the rest in.
Okay. They all do the same thing. They all nestle inside Lily's head, between the petals and everything.
Fuck it. We have a we have blood slug storage.
You've barely known this creature for like 3 minutes. You're already storing your living blood in it.
Oh,
I
fuck
did
those.
say not to give her anything at all, but also this, I don't know. This is already 2 very weird things that have happened today. Why not conjoin them? Make them one big weird thing. It's fine.
Sure. And it also depends on whether the blood slugs stay stored or if they combine with the lily.
Let's make her immortal.
What if we gave a blood
I
slug?
already love her.
Wait, what if we gave a blood slug to our dragon?
Oh!
Would it make him alive? Would it return Ratave? Would it kick Polaris out?
Return Ratabe. No, Ratabe's like dissolved and gone. Like the fucking Moko King ate him. Like for real.
Wait, what?
That's where the dragons go when they die.
Oh, did it confirm that his soul was eaten?
I think so, something like that. Or at the very least, it seems to have boasted that it ate a bunch of dragons.
Should we give a blood slug to our dragon?
You're slugs.
No, dude.
You're weird.
Our
You're weird
slugs.
little bloody. You're weird little bloody boogers.
Yeah, you could give one to Polaris.
Maybe if they all nestle together in Lily, they'll make one giant blood slug, and we give it to Polaris, and he becomes alive.
Maybe. But maybe a small one is enough. I'm gonna send to Polaris. I'm gonna say, alright, you can make your way down. You'll face resistance, that's just the forest. As long as you don't try to harm it, it won't harm you.
I will attempt to do so. Okay. I need Polaris to make a charisma check. Riz, Riz for Polaris.
Come on, Dragon Riz, let's do this.
He has a +2 in persuasion.
That's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. With your, I guess, relationship with the forest and, you know, your general vibes, as Polaris begins to swoop down into the canyon, you can see him taking a little longer because he's like being resisted, but eventually it begins to relent and just let Polaris in. You feel this like weird thrumming as Polaris lands, and like he tries to be as gentle as possible, leaving only just little claw tips in the dirt, trying to avoid crushing as much grass as he can. All the grass seems to be pointed towards him like knives, though, but he has made ground fall.
All right. I'll just speak directly to the forest. Oh, we're on our way out now. Thanks for hosting us. Don't worry about the big guy.
Yeah, you're not sure what, but as you say that and you're kind of brushing past the grass, you almost feel like this force on your hand as it's brushing against the grass, almost like a high five.
I will attempt a high five back. Fuck it.
Yeah, you swish your hand through the grass. It is just grass, but there's a moment as you're swishing your hand through the grass, it's more solid than normal, and it feels like a high five. A low five,
dude, this
I
forest
guess.
is my homie.
Made friends with the forest. Okay, we all board players.
Yeah, can I, before we go up, can I talk to, I know Lily said there, Gdaathan said that Lily would be how we talk to Gdaathan, but I don't need to talk to Gdaathan. I want to talk to Lily directly, and I'm gonna be like teaching her how to wait by the forest.
Okay.
Like a baby. I'm gonna be like, say bye.
Yeah, Lily waves like a little pedaled arm towards the forest. All like swishy swishy.
She's so cute, I love her. This is my daughter now.
She's kind of like a Pokemon, actually. Shape-wise and everything.
She make noise
Literally
at all?
Sunflora.
Yeah, actually. Like a lily version of a Sunflora, yeah. As you all board the dragon, Polaris very gently bends down and kicks up, trying to leave as little impact as possible. He does leave, you know, dragon prints, but like, you know, his claws dug into the dirt itself. Nothing that won't heal over time. And he begins to kick off and fly towards the sky, the thrumming ceasing, the further he gets away from the forest. It then hits you that it's actually winter still. The very lush, verdant, healthy spring weather just turns bitterly cold the moment you get far enough away from the forest again. But luckily you're insulated. Okay. But where to? What's the next step, I should ask?
It's time to go intercept, right?
Okay.
I
That
have no
suggestion is,
objections.
yeah, it's not facing resistance.
Okay. Are you flying to Teak directly, or are you going to teleport there, then head intercept from there, or?
Sure, we can teleport to Teague. Are we taking Polaris with us?
Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, I don't have like a stone per se, but I mean,
We were
I do.
just there.
Yeah, we've been there enough times. I do technically have some materials from, what was it? From the, Beacon of, what's it called?
Upas.
Repentance.
Repentance, yeah. I have some stuff from there to teleport us directly there with. I just don't want to bring Polaris directly inside a building. So I guess I can use my teleportation uses if I have them. I do think I have them. Yeah, we got long rest last night. Yeah. Um. Yes, I have some stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'll teleport us to Teague if I can. Not directly in the city where Polaris is just gonna be a fuck you dragon in the center.
Okay, yeah, I'll say you've been to Teague enough that you have now hit very familiar with it. So the chances of you failing is pretty low. If that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Roll D100. Okay. Whereabouts do you want players to teleport? Like where you usually do?
See, I mean, that's the thing. I don't know where I usually go. I would say like probably 100 feet or so from the entrance to Teague.
Okay, so like out in the outside the walls.
Yeah.
Okay, easy enough, as you're pretty familiar with Teague and the surrounding area. You just imagine a place you just really don't want to be for a little bit, extended periods of time. You're there at Teague. Yeah, and you find yourself from a lush, warm, weirdly breathing forest to frigid hell. Snowy, blustery. Players' teleports already, like, even a true dragon, like fucking ankle deep. In deep, deep snow. For you, you'd be waiting in it. 100 feet from the gates.
I have a question. Is Isaac back now?
Want to summon him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you summon him, and he, Blue Hellhound shows up.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna look at him and ask him, where did you go?
He just kind of answers in your brain. My normal place.
And they just wouldn't let you out?
Like a cage.
Oh. We have a flower friend now.
Flowers are flammable.
Yes, I don't touch her.
Sure, I guess.
You're required to speak 3 words every time.
No. But now that he has the ability to.
I'm getting my money's worth out of it.
You pay me $5 real life, you can upgrade the limit to 5.
Stupid. I'll do it right now.
I'll live service this fucking D&D game, I don't give a shit.
You're dumb. You put microtransactions in D&D like this.
Yo, you can pay me $20 to end this session early anytime you want. Okay. But you're outside Teague.
Question. Because again, it's been so long since the session that we had this conversation. We agreed to give the entire train back to the to Solnia. Did we want to take a team of them to the train, like down below the city, to help them like deconstruct it and bring it up here, or did we want to just find a way of bringing it ourselves to them? Do we want to let Silnians down below into the city? Because I know that was probably Marin's biggest issue, was letting Silnia anywhere near the city, but especially, I mean, I know she just straight up just doesn't want us involved with them and doesn't want them to get the train back, but I mean, that was our agreement. They would get the train.
I think we could just put all the dismantled parts into the demi-plane and then dump it out in a...
That's true. So...
Yeah, in a random location in the blizzard.
Yeah, we could... Well, we could bring it to them on their... They'll have a ship. You just give it to them on the ship and dump it out. And then we have
But
to, at
did
some
we,
point...
did we agree to, just only give them the train? And
Without
not
the balls?
carrots? Yeah.
See, we didn't make a specification to the deal, but I really don't want to give them the balls back.
Yeah.
They'll notice, though.
I want to pull a Dan to Dan and keep the balls.
You'll never find the balls again.
Also, at some point, I do think I need to contact Kef just to tell her, like, not to attack them. Because I know when we spoke to her at GodCon, she said she would lend her help one time. And I think... we brought up, like, the invaders as a whole to the entirety of the meeting. But when she said she would help us once, I don't know if she meant... Call me when you need me, or if I see them pull up, I'm shooting.
It's probably the latter.
Okay, so I should contact her and let her know not to kill any of them. Okay. I could do that. And then what was the other thing? I mean, I guess one job at a time. We'll give them back the train. Yeah, they will notice about the balls. If we need to give them the charges back, I'm fine with doing that. But at some point, we do... If you guys think it would be beneficial for us to have an audience with Solnia to see about them lending us their airship.
I think if we give them back their rocket ball things, they'll be much more open to that idea.
Agree. Okay.
So we should just include it by default. Make sure that they know that we're trustworthy.
Okay.
They're not that much of an advantage that we should risk this.
While we're here, I guess we're already fucking here. The Xodiacs, and I would imagine Claudine, have some means of coats and things for being here. Does Nyx seem to have weather resistant wear right now? Probably not, right?
Nope. I don't think she's ever been here yet.
Okay. Then let's see. How much money do I have? How much is plain? I mean, I guess I can steal too. I'm gonna ask the boys. Do y'all mind if I run to a shop really quick with Nyx to get her some clothes?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I'm gonna put my arm out for Nyx to take.
Yeah, she kind of just smiles curtly and gives you her hand.
What place did we get our winter garb from before? Was it Sonia or?
It was Sonia.
Okay, I was gonna say it doesn't matter, but I guess I'll just. Okay, can I just tell?
No, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say if I can just teleport us to Sonia somewhere in the city, if possible, and we can go try to find her a coat.
Yeah, easy enough. You have places or things from Solnia. You have your go-to, I think. Spot near the market. You're in an alleyway that you use pretty frequently, or did use pretty frequently. Yep, as you teleport with Nyx from Winter Landscape to Winter Steampunk City. Yeah, you arrive in Solnia, just looking for fur coats and stuff.
Yeah, something, whatever she wants, but yeah.
I think it's incredibly funny that the Greys are probably on high alert right now.
Suddenly.
And then it's like, oh, they're just doing mundane shit.
Yeah, they just talked with our prime minister, and now they're window shopping.
Fashion montage.
Yeah. As you see, Nyx takes an seemingly long amount of time picking up clothing. As she has time, I guess. You're looking around several different stores because she doesn't find something that she likes for a little bit. You see her kind of almost playfully trying on clothes before you, basically.
I'll be right back again.
Almost this fashion runway thing for the next 30-45 minutes. Eventually, she does settle on a set that she does like. It's designer. It's in the scholarly part of the city, college district. It will run you for the whole ensemble about 40 gold.
Yeah.
And it is like a
For
lavish.
how much mundane things cost.
Yeah. This would be like high price for like, a good amount of people. Impossible to buy for a good amount of people. But it's like a designer set. Big ass fur ass collar. Puffy as hell. And with a hood big enough that actually fit her horns.
That's cute.
So, what do you think?
Looks functional. Ready?
I guess so.
Okay. Then I will teleport us back to Teak.
Yeah. About 30 minutes or so. Riley, do you have anything you want to do in Teague?
Fish.
Fish. You are by the sea.
Yep. Let's see if I can get something better than a corpse this time.
Okay. Make a fishing.
Or if I do get a corpse, I might be able to see if my fucking blood slug can revive it. Fishing.
Okay. Yeah, you do fish up a good amount of fish. Not a whole lot, because it's like a harbor, so they're not exactly clamoring to be dashed upon the rocks. But the ones that are weak enough to be pushed by the tide, you do fish them up, and they are hefty. I'll say you get about 15 total fish and a corpse.
Nice. I have to do math. Okay, I did math. And a corpse. I will attempt to use the blood slug on the corpse.
Okay. So this would leave you with
6.
Yeah. As you use a blood slug on the corpse. You take the blood slug out of Lily from the dragon. Are you hauling the corpse on board, or are you just taking the blood slug out of the dragon?
Just taking the blood slug out of the lily.
Okay. You take the blood slug out of Lily, exit the dragon. You see the blood slug begin to kind of like curl up and freeze. As you walk over to the corpse, relatively close to the dragon, you kind of stuff it inside the mouth of the corpse. Roll a d100.
Sure.
Okay.
88.
As you push the blood slug in, you feel that blood slug, by the time you get to it, has already like frozen and it begins to turn blue. But you push it in just in case. But nothing happens.
Unfortunate.
Okay. Is Brandon back yet?
Seems not.
Okay. At some point, right while you're fishing, Marin sort of walks up towards you. On the harbor, she almost slips on the ice a little bit, but begins to trudge forward with purpose. I take it you've been busy.
Little bit.
What word of the meeting?
That's to happen next.
And you intend to give them everything?
Well, we intend to give them their train back.
She kind of just sighs heavily, the breath kind of freezing as she does. This is a one-way street. Make a deal with Sylvia, they will not let this go.
Let what go, exactly? The fact that we gave them their train back? I should think that's building rapport.
No, now you've become an asset that they'll call upon. And if you don't, that'll be seen as betrayal, in which case they'll act upon that instead.
We're a lot too powerful for them to be issuing orders around us.
You underestimate the deception and conniving that a Sylmian politician can accomplish.
And you underestimate the power of a bunch of people blessed by the gods.
I've seen elite soldiers before, and they all still die the same.
Would you like a demonstration then?
By all means.
I'm gonna get Tempest Retort out. I'm gonna coat myself in lightning, and I'm just gonna shoot lightning out over the ocean.
Sure. As you shoot lightning over the ocean. Yeah, it's loud, it's cracking, and it makes like this vortex of snowflakes as it does, sometimes melting them and just scattering them as water before they freeze into droplets again. Rin looks impressive. What's your AC?
18.
Oh god, they changed the layout for everything. Here it is. Okay. Introducing me up here. Nah, it's not too bad. She suddenly draws a small short sword that she kept hidden underneath her coat, which she probably had the entire time, and begins to slash towards you. You dodge it. She's not the fastest thing in the world. You also get shot by 3 arrows that you didn't really see, but now you clocked where they came from. They were just guards that were there, seemingly just patrolling or at least hidden until like a word is said. Or something happens, you're not sure exactly what, but either way you get shot by 3 arrows, which you take 15 points of piercing.
Alright, sure.
Not too bad.
This is down to 74. Does anything happen, like if I bleed out?
As you're bleeding, the blood just kind of freezes.
Nothing special.
Doesn't seem like it.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I just took a bunch of arrows and nearly got stabbed. And it stings a bit.
I wasn't exactly trying to kill you, but Sylvian assassins would go after those you love. They'll poison you. They will shoot you from afar with their guns. Anything they can.
Did we casually forget to mention that we're the only people in history to have ever not just survived an encounter with the Gravekeepers, but kill one?
Do you think you can survive forever? Is your plan to just keep winning and never lose?
Yeah, pretty
Yes.
much.
Chris, you just appear out of the harbor out of nowhere, rising from the floor, clipping through the harbor itself.
Well, look at who I'm allied with. You've got your head on straight.
She just sighs, frustrated, begins to walk away. All I'm saying
Look.
is... What?
Look, the train was theirs to begin with. I don't mind giving this up. This is fine.
She just begins to slowly walk away, or just going, just not die. Easy to say until you have a knife to your throat. Be cautious.
This is caution.
This idiocy.
Watson, you think keeping the train would be a smarter thing to do? And allowing them to assault the city? I don't think so.
You are giving them the city the greatest weapon it has to a nation that already has more than they can deal with.
Then perhaps this city needs new weapons.
Fantastic idea, Sir Riley. Any idea where we might source any?
If you want to get super corrupt, you could probably check out what the Platinum Council's doing.
With what funds?
We got magic here. Loads and loads of Arcanium. Sell it to the black market if that's really the route you want to take.
If you need weapons, I can make another run. I won't probably hit the same place in Sylnia. And oh, I'm sorry, I'm not even there. I'm sorry, I'm listening. I'm tuned in. I'm sorry, I just forgot where I was.
You
Yeah.
appear with
Shut up.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry.
with
Riley did some fishing.
Yeah.
You could realistically do this right now and just fucking pop up.
You would actually.
No.
No, it took about 30 minutes. You see Nyx twirling in like fancy garb, before just like daintily dancing across the snow. As Riley, not Riley, you show up the harbor, overhearing most of the conversation.
Am I there now?
Yeah, you clip to the floor.
Okay. I'm clipping.
I materialize at the mention of things needed, and I'm like theft, and yeah, Chris clips through the floor.
Acquirement of the illegal kind. My forte.
Oh, does that actually happen then?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
the party's collected.
See? Yeah, it just depends on how corrupt you want to be.
Well, speaking of messages and corruption, there's someone waiting for you. Said they know you.
Let me guess, it's Kyle, right?
No, he didn't have quite a name that boring.
Where?
The beacon. You slip past the fences, so I assumed he's skilled enough to at least know you.
Is he a chem?
I don't know who that is.
I don't think a Kim would take the front door.
So wait, what
Or-
name did he give you then?
Kadok.
Yeah, I think that's probably Kyle.
Do we know a Xodiac, Simon? Any of us? I'll even turn to Claudine.
Claudine's sort of just. I don't remember if you got this guy's name or not, specifically that one. So I will say for now, if you don't remember, maybe Zero won't remember.
Okay.
Because I also don't remember if I gave you the name.
And I guess I will assemble my squad, and I'm not like leading the group. I just, as soon as there's mention of somebody waiting for us, I
We may
beeline it
as well
for the
go.
beacon. Yeah.
Riley's done fishing, it's all good.
Okay.
It's not another gravekeeper.
That'd be funny if it was.
Okay. You're all heading to the Beacon of Repentance.
Right.
Okay. As you all ascend the Beacon of Repentance. Oh yeah, the flowers are all dead. Now it's just wind.
Oh, also, I either let Lily stay on the dragon if it's warmer for her there, or she can hide in my hood, in my clothes.
Oh, she's not getting off the dragon in this weather.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. She can stay there.
The blood slugs need a home. As you all ascend the Beacon of Repentance, you see Merrick and Gary with kind of intense expression in their face, just kind of flanking the doors, like on the inside as you breach in. They kind of shoot you a look to make sure you're not, a murderer. But they see your faces and they, acknowledge you. But you see that's just kind of around one of the pillars, not on the throne, but in the middle of the room. You see two figures actually. One, both pretty decently tall, but one's like super fucking yoked. They both have pretty thick clothing on, but you see one has like a really large brim hat. Kind of red sunglasses, dark skin, elven ears. There's a long case that he's carrying, just kind of leaning up against his shoulders. The other man, Goliath of some kind, tattoos across the top of the skull, down the back.
Oh my god.
Right, he's just kind of sitting there. He's sitting there kind of just doing little bongo motions on some drums.
Okay, so it actually is the Grave Keepers. You're kidding me.
Those two
I thought we were
Goma-
fucking done with these losers. I fucking hate these guys.
It actually was the Grave Keepers. That's so wild.
You see the one in the brimmed hat sort of looks up to you all. You don't see any eyes in the round red glasses. Ah. It seems the situation has advanced quite considerably since we last spoke.
Right, what's the deal now then?
Well, I guess we'll pick it up next time.
God damn it! I fucking I forever regret not stealing his gun when I had it while he was performing. I think I was invisible, and I reached in his pocket, and Simon was like, "Yeah, you have his gun," and he didn't react to me. I'm sure he saw me, but he didn't react to me. I should have fucking kept it. God damn it!
Wait, we performed with these guys, right?
Yeah, we did. Or at least Riley did.
What? What was that?
Riley did.
performed
How the
with them.
fuck did they find us here? Are you kidding me?
I mean, by
We
now
have
it's not a secret that we have presence in Teague.
So what? How long have they been waiting here for then?
That's a thing to
I'm
ask
not-
Bryn later.
I suppose so.
I want both of them dead. I want both of them
Wait, then who wants us dead? I thought we talked with Blizz Regaldi.
It's possible she's trying to get rid of us even though we already fucking did her bidding. And if that's the case, I guess we'll have to kill her too. We'll find out.
Who was it last time that tried to kill us? With these
Lizra.
guys. And that's the one. I never know. Recall which one's the one with the island?
That's Lizra.
Okay, so the one that we said earlier is like scared of us.
I guess she is scared of us.
Unless it's
They
someone
have. What was that?
unless it's someone else who wants us dead.
I mean, I'm sure Sylnia to some effect also wants us dead, but what is Sylnia getting out of our deal right now?
A train.
Well, beyond that, because we talked to him about more than that.
We
I
gave them
forget.
Pirates.
Oh yeah, the pirates.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Load us up on EXP.
Level up now. Now.
I'll give you 4,000 UXP.
Sure.